live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round action out here from East Ringwood Reserve. We're out here covering the top of the table Premier Division clash between East Ringwood and Balwyn. It kickstarts what is a mouth-watering weekend of action in the top flight, with 1 playing 2 out here, 5 playing 6 just down the road at Cheong Park, and then 3 playing 4 in Roval and Vermont tomorrow afternoon, which will be out at. For now, though, thank you for tuning into this game on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or streaming live across the globe on Facebook and YouTube. I'm Josh Wood, joined for the next hour of pre-game by Matt Spider-Lee and Blake Whispers Tennant. Whispers.
You always like to bring that up, don't you, Josh?
Of course I do. It's the greatest nickname on the media team.
Two Mike Tennant was...
yeah,
I get nicknames everywhere I go.
Oh, me too, I have to admit. But I'm sure you're looking forward to this game, top of the table. Doesn't get any bigger than this.
It doesn't. And, I always like coming back down to the pouch, they call it, Josh.
Yeah.
I thought you would say that straight away, mate, knowing your social life that you like looking through. It's always a great day to get down to East Ringwood. And also we get to celebrate, NAIDOC week as well.
Yes.
There's a jumper that we designed. I think it was by Jamie Benell, I believe.
Yes.
Josh? Yep.
Yeah, I believe
and,
so.
He will be coming on, of course, later on in the show. But it's always great.
Yeah, it is. And it's great that they're wearing the all sides for East Ringwood. The women's wore it last week. The 19s reserves and seniors are wearing it today. And it's a terrific design by Jamie Benell, of course, with NAIDOC week taking place in the EFNL this weekend. Matt Spider-Lee, it's always exciting to be alongside you, whether that be on a Friday or Saturday afternoon. I'm sure you're looking forward to this game as well.
Good afternoon to you, Josh, and Blake. You've made it to 21 years of age a couple of weeks ago. Congratulations.
Thanks,
so I hope you enjoyed the celebrations.
It's been a while.
Was thinking of you, but great to have your company alongside me. Really looking forward to this afternoon's clash between two high-quality teams. There's a lot in prospect. Obviously, Balwyn need to bounce back after their first loss last week. And East Ringwood, they started the season so well, but just over the last couple of weeks, they've just been a bit up and down. So today is a real test to see where they're really at, and they've got some players back in the team. So just looking out here in the reserve game, so much depth in the East Ringwood side. So looking forward to really discussing that during this pre-game. But it's just going to be a real interesting weekend of footy across all the divisions, and particularly here this afternoon, because it does have consequences, and we're going to really understand and assess and be able to really measure where both these teams are going over the next few weeks as we get a lot closer to the finals.
We certainly will. And just touching on the development team score, it's East Ringwood who lead 2-5-17 to Balwyn 1-1-7. We're just about to tick into half-time out here at East Ringwood Reserve, Blake.
Balwyn have been showing up a bit of a fight, because I think their reserve side hasn't been where Balwyn seniors have been, really. So this is a good performance by
Well, we saw that a few weeks ago when we covered the Noble Park and Balwyn game. That was a thrilling end to that contest.
I think it was the 1 point.
It was, and it went down to right onto the siren, and we were doing the pre-game on that afternoon on the Queen's, or the King's birthday. We should click on the Queen's, but no, it's the King's. But it was a great prelude to the game. So I really enjoyed it. But Balwyn have really improved in the reserve and development aspect of their club, because they've really put a lot more emphasis in that. But East Ringwood are always a high-quality team, and just having the opportunity, just in the first quarter, to listen into the way that East Ringwood like to communicate with message with their players, I think it was a real great observation. So really looking forward to what's on offer here this afternoon.
And it's also been speaking of East Ringwood as well, that we're talking about, and it's been a great rise, hasn't it, Spider? 2019, it wasn't their year. They got relegated down to Division 1, and then 2021 they were in that finals race, but due to the COVID and all that, they ruined it. And then to win the premiership in 2022, and then we thought, can they go that extra step sort of thing in 2023 last year, which they did. Unfortunately, got knocked out by Doncaster East, and now they're sitting second on the ladder, potentially could be on top. I don't know, with percentage maybe today.
Exactly.
I don't know if they win today, they go on top. Who knows? But
I think what you've got to understand too with East Ringwood, they've just done a lot of hard work behind the scenes with their football club, and they've gone through a lot over the last decade. It's It's been hard yards for them. They hadn't won a premiership since 2002.
Yeah.
They've had the ups and downs, a few near misses, and then they sort of went down the bottom end of Premier or Division, the old Division 1, and they've had to work their way back up. And yes, they have, but they had that opportunity when they they were relegated, and then they had to really work to get back because there's no guarantees. And other clubs have gone down and haven't been able to get back up. But you've got to give credit to the way that East Ringwood went about it, and they've also got their off-field issues intact. So you've got to give credit to guys like Peter Baker and all the team that's behind this footy club. They're a very powerful force and good junior structure, and they've really bounced back and giving themselves another opportunity to reach the top again.
Speaking of Peter Baker, he was just doing the old doing a cashy jump, looking after all the people coming in to paying in and all that. He's a legend of the club.
Well, they've just got so many great volunteers at this football club, like all clubs. But no, they've always had a good structure here, strong force, and the new facilities. And we're sitting up on the balcony here of the old Maroondah Sports Club. Yeah. And they went through some hard times, but they've really turned their fortunes around, and you've got to give them a big tick for that.
Yeah, you certainly do. And I remember it was this time 2 years ago where they were playing in a top-of-the-table Division 1 clash against Moorpark, and obviously that was pretty similar circumstances with both, I think, only having one loss to the day, and now they're in a top-of-the-table Premier Division clash, and it is credit to those volunteers, the players sticking through. We're going to focus on Balwyn now, though, because joining us is their senior coach, Brenton Sanderson, who's always good with his time for the Eastland match of the round. Thanks for joining us, Brenton.
Pleasure.
How are you looking forward to this contest out here, top of the table clash?
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? First versus second, and we're in a bit of a tough patch at the moment because we played Vermont last week and lost, who were fourth, and after this game we got Rowville, who are third, so doesn't get any easier, but it's a really strong competition. This year's been awesome. There's so much to play for today, and hopefully we'll get a good game.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, a tough three-week period you guys are in, which must make the boys even more excited, especially some of those boys coming into the senior lineup having played a fair bit of reserves this season. Yeah,
you're right. It doesn't. I mean, it's probably the good time of year to have like a little stretch like this because you get through the sort of middle part of the year, and the finish line's a long way away. So it's good to sort of motivate the players with a different stimulus, I guess. And we know how important this game is for us today. And, last week we dropped a game after being 2 games clear on top. So if we lose today, we'll be level on points with East Ringwood and with a lot of the season yet to play. So, yeah, today's going to be an absolute belter. Can't wait.
Sando, good luck for today's contest. It's going to be a thriller. When you talk about the coaching perspective of things and reviews, and I hear you talk throughout the course of the week of what clubs should do and how you get that messaging across, what did you do personally after the loss last week? How did you review the game? Do you go and dig really down and go and get your hands dirty and go, well, these are the fundamental areas we were very poor in, or these are some real positives? How did you break it down after it? Because sometimes you can go too deep, but sometimes you can go too shallow as well.
Yeah, I was pretty hard on the boys. I showed some vision in the third quarter, and that was probably what really cost us. We got away to a really good start last week. We probably should have been 3 or 4 goals up at quarter time. But after that, we really got outplayed by Vermont. There, in particular, I think it was, we only kicked 2 or 3 points maybe in the third quarter, whereas they kicked 3 goals and maybe even 4 goals. And I think, in the sort of wet, slippery conditions, they were just harder than us. They spread harder. They used the ball better going inside forward 50, and I think they were just a bit cleaner. So yeah, I was pretty hard on our guys. We've got a lot of talent still on our side. We've definitely got some issues with selection today. We've got a few boys away, a few guys are injured. Our side looks very different to what it was in round 3 when we beat East Ringwood at home. And I know they're sort of almost at full strength with a couple of VFL players coming back today. So. Yeah, today will be a test. We'll have to be at our best today if we're going to beat them.
What sort of preparation in terms of homework, research, when you analyse of what's in front of you this afternoon from an East Ringwood perspective? Obviously, they're very fortunate to have some high-quality VFL players coming back into the team. Lowson is one of those. You're getting Downey, etc. Those sort of players, when they're coming back into the team, obviously it's they have players that have to go back down to reserve grade level. Then you sort of go, well, hang on, these guys that have gone down, they've been playing well for them, and all of a sudden that adjusts how the game tactically might actually look. So they've gone from maybe playing a few more talls to a few more smalls, etc. So that certainly gets the mind thinking.
Nah, definitely. Like any other coach, we know look at some vision, look at the numbers, look at the, I guess, statistics that sort of stand out from a sort of individual point of view. And, this is a really good team. They're second on the ladder for a reason. And, so I think, we sort of prepare like any other week, but you probably spend about 80% of the week on yourselves and what we need to work on and what we do well, with probably 20% of the week focused on the stuff that East Ringwood do really well, and is sort of a few key matchups for us as well.
What do you visualise with the ground here this afternoon? It's quite long. The pockets aren't that deep. But how do you feel like you're going to be able to transition the ball? Because that's something that was really impressive against Noble Park a few weeks ago, that you were able to do. You were really able to break Noble Park down, particularly in that third term, and get all those entries in. Today you've got to be a little bit more precise. You've got to be a little bit more clear in terms of your method and your systems, particularly defensively as well. So that's a real challenge from all perspectives.
Yeah, it is. It's a beautiful ground. Yeah, this is my first time here, and we obviously didn't play here last year, so a lot of our squad haven't played here, to be honest. So it's a great ground. I actually thought it would be bigger. When you're watching the vision, it looked like there was a lot more space, but I don't know how they wouldn't be 50-metre arcs, would they? They'd probably be.
I would have said 45.
Yeah. That looks a bit tiny.
It's got the old Princess Park about it.
No, it's a beautiful deck though. So yeah, we'll try and spread them in offense as much as we can. We know they use the ball really well. We'll try and get numbers back defensively, but we've just got to really pressure their midfield. I love their midfield. It's so strong. I think their big ruckman's back today, isn't he?
Hannah Mundy or Adam Swisberlake?
Yeah, that second one.
Yeah, I was about.
He's back. Monday's out.
I think Mundy potentially, but
well, I think the week that South Croydon got them, they had two young ruckmen here. They had two main ruckmen out. So I've been keeping a close eye on that. We've got Chevy Anderson, who's had a really good year for us, and he's been rucking really well. But I thought maybe we could get an advantage with our hit-outs. But yeah, if the big fella's back in, we're going to struggle a little bit to get our hands on the footy, but that just provides another challenge for us.
G'day, Brendan. Blake Tennant here. So I just want to touch on as well, you touched on about your next couple of weeks. Do you feel like, you touched on as well, you got East Ringwood today, and then you've got Rowville, and then who was the other one? Sorry that you.
We got beat by Vermont last week.
Do you feel sorry about that one? Do you feel like it's a mini finals campaign, like earlier on in the year for you guys?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, there's no easy games. Even like we played Norwood a couple of weeks ago, and we played really well. And they've got some really good young kids, and we beat Berwick quite easily. They're probably the two teams that you sort of pencil in. But like every other game's hard. Like you have to beat your best every week, and that's the challenge to motivate these young guys. Is just to ensure that you're at your best every week. Otherwise, you're going to get embarrassed. And we were just bit off our game last week. Vermont are a great club, arch rivals of ours, and they really got themselves up for an away win. So yeah, we're going to have to do the same today. I mean, it'd be a great win with the players we've got out, but and obviously with their players they've got in. So we'll hopefully put on a good show, and we'll obviously do our very best.
Yeah, and just one more as well. Couple of players, of course, we touched on about it with a few VFL players and all that. You don't have to tell me who, but are you going to get into a few of the players, try and get them off their day? Who are you trying to look for? Who's at the top of your hit list?
Oh, you mentioned Downey and Lawson or Lawson. Obviously, they're class players coming back from North Melbourne today, and I mean, you can't. It's not like the old days. You can go and rough them up or anything. We've just got to make sure that we limit their influence on the game.
Yeah, in the game of spirit as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've just got to make sure our defenders are on top. We've got to make sure they pressure the balls coming in, and we'll try and limit their inside 50s. We've got a couple of little tricks up our sleeve, but yeah, we'll obviously do our very best to make sure that we play a Balwyn style that's attractive to watch, but also helps us win.
Yeah, and just touching on some of those players that have come into the lineup ever since we last saw you guys at King's birthday, Hunter Pearce and Ed Court playing their first senior games, I believe, this season. Yep. Thomas Davis and Aidan Glasgow. Do you expect them to step up and live to the standards today?
Yeah, they're going to have to. I mean, Ed Court's a great story. Hasn't played since 2018. He's 34 years old. This is only his third game for Balwyn. We're at maximum points. He's a one-pointer. So yeah, it's a great opportunity for him. Really good clubman to come in and hopefully play a role for us. And I mean, he'll bring some energy. He'll play half forward, and try and create a bit of havoc in that forward line. But yeah, we got Aidan Glassborough from Rosebud, who came across before June 30.
So how did you get his services? Was that through club contacts? Was it personally through yourself?
No, that was through the Sticker brothers. He's good mates with the Sticker brothers, and he was playing down at Rosebud. Had a couple of training sessions with us, and I think it was just the travel element for him. He wanted to try and play closer to a Melbourne-based team, and thankfully Rosebud were able to put the chance for a few, and he'll play cross half-back for us today.
And how have some of those leaders, your Charlie Haleys, your Jordan Lyles, Nathan Oakes, how have they helped some of those players step up into the senior level?
We'll see today. I mean, our leaders and our good players have to play well. That's that's the end of the story there. We sort of spoke about their talent, but we've got some boys who've played some seriously good AFL footy, so they've got to play like former AFL players today.
Yeah, certainly. Well, Brenton, we always appreciate your time on an Eastland match of the round pre-game and throughout the course of the game as well. Good
Thanks,
luck,
boys. Have a good call.
Yeah, good luck for today.
Good stuff, Sander.
Thank you to Brenton Sanderson there.
Does some wonderful work on Thursday mornings with Jared Waitley.
Yeah,
and,
he
some great job
does.
with Sam Edmund, and it's great listening. And it's fascinating because it's a great insight, and that's why I enjoy talking to Sander about it, because and getting that to the deep and in the sanctum access, because I think it's really important, because we talk about a person that's been in an AFL environment, and he's giving us that lesson on what it's like to be able to coach and educate. So really important. And I've been enjoying just the last few weeks going to those press conferences like I have done for so long. And when you go last week and you listen to a Ross Lyon or you listen to a Kenny Hinkley and a guy like Brenton Sanderson, you just get so much more knowledge about footy. Yeah, well, speaking of people who know a fair bit about footy, especially in the eastern suburbs, we've got the East Ringwood senior coach Ben Osborne joining us now. Ben, thanks for joining us on Pregame ahead of a massive contest.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me. It's a really exciting day.
Yeah, and I'm sure the boys and yourself are pretty excited to be going up against the side that set the benchmark this season.
Yeah, we haven't knocked them off in the last 2 seasons, but they haven't come and played here yet either. So hopefully the home ground can turn that around.
And there's some handy inclusions as well with Sam Lowson coming in from the VFL level, which must just give you a little bit more confidence bringing in a player of his calibre into the lineup.
Yeah, no, there's no denying that Sammy makes us a better side and probably a 3 to 4 goal better side. So, we're really excited. And look, all his mates are here, and this is his club, so he loves coming back when he gets the opportunity. So we're excited to have him. Good luck today, Ben. It's great to have you up here pre-game. How do you do that from a coaching perspective, manage when you've got all the VFL players at your disposal? They come back, they're in and out of the team. It's a juggling act because you're trying to please everyone in the playing list, and you see some players out here that are probably on the fringe, and some guys are playing regularly in your senior lineup week after week, but because of the snowball effect, they get pushed down for today's game. So it's not an easy one that you have to really control, is it? Because you still want those high-quality players coming back from the VFL because you want the ultimate result at the end of the season. You want to be playing against a high-quality team like Balwyn today and beating them. Yeah, absolutely, and it makes it easier when you've got Sam, who's around the club all the time regardless. So, it's a tricky one. We probably had more VFL players in the last few years. It was a bit of a juggling act. But, again, they're all sort of East Ringwood juniors, East Ringwood players. So that makes it a lot easier. But, it's difficult for some of the guys that have got pushed out today for that. And, but the quality of those individuals just go back, do their work, and when their opportunity comes up again, they hopefully are ready to go again. Last few weeks, it's been a bit up and down. Obviously, the loss a few weeks ago against South Croydon, we all saw that as very unexpected, and no doubt you would have debriefed that game in its entirety. What were some of the takeaways from that game where you felt that you probably just need to lift in, I suppose, by another 25 to 50% to really hone in on some significant improvement going into the back end of the season? Yeah, we'd come off 2 really good wins away to Roeville and Vermont, the 2 grand finals from last year, and they were exceptional performances by our boys. And South Croydon, to their credit, just jumped us, and I think it's just that. Just in the back of your mind that, okay, we've just knocked off those 2 sides away. We're going pretty well. We come home, we play South, who are sort of middle of the table. And look, obviously got a whole heap of quality experience, and they were at their best on that night, and we started slowly. Outside of that first quarter, I thought we got the game back on our terms for periods of the game, but you can't give a team 40 points and then kick 6 goals, 14 for the rest of the game and try to get back into it. So, and then last week we felt like we rebounded really well, like Doncaster East in the wet, big bodies, much bigger than ours, and we just pride ourselves on contest and defence, and we got back to that last week. And again, poor kicking for goal probably stopped it from being a bigger victory, but we were good last week, so hopefully that first quarter against South was just a little blip in the radar, but we'll see going forward.
And you had to adjust a bit of your momentum and your method last week with your tempo of the way you play, because obviously on a nice sunny day, you like to play with lots of ball speed, transition, movement, and you can work that fast break, because I know some of those games, from a defensive point of view, you guys just like to move the ball very quickly. So whereas last week, you have to temper those conditions, don't you?
Yeah, it literally just comes down to putting your head over it and getting the job done at the contest and territory, and put some extreme forward pressure on a really experienced side in Doncaster East, and we're able to do that for the majority of the game, which was really pleasing.
G'day Ben, Blake Tennant here. I just want to touch on just a few plays from Balwyn. Obviously they had their first loss last week, and you might have got them at the right time with the players you're bringing in and all that, but is there some players as well? I did say to Sando as well, I'll ask you, are you going to put someone on Haley, or a couple of good key players down at Balwyn? You don't have to go into too much detail, of course, but is that something you're looking at today?
Yeah, look, you always have to take care of quality like Charlie, and we feel like we've got a couple of good matchups there. But I mean, look, if the game gets on their terms, then he's going to be pretty hard to stop. So obviously the midfield battle is going to be pretty pivotal, and I think Chevy Anderson in their ruck is a quality player, and we're probably we're getting a lot out of our young ruckmen at the moment who are key forwards, but they're doing a great job. So. I think Chevy's going to be very important to be able to quell his influence around stoppage. Balwyn Smith is...
he's been brilliant form. He's been unbelievable.
But we feel like our midfield depth is pretty strong. So, we don't tend to do a lot of tagging. Sometimes we do. It just depends on how the game's going. But, and then you've got Walker and Lyle at the bookends, who are just experienced and big bodies. So, when you're on top of the ladder, I could list the whole team.
Yeah. I've just got a quick one. The big fella down here has requested this last week, Jeremy Keller. Talk about him. Obviously he's been a bit of a cult hero down here at East Ringwood. He did tell me during the week, make sure to mention me when you're talking to Aussie. So do you want to just mention his character that he brings? Because I reckon he's a cult figure down here at East Ringwood.
He is. I love him. He's at community football, local level football, you just need characters like him, because he drags people with him. He's always at training, and that's all you ask. And he just has a lot of fun, and he just makes other people happy and smile. And I think that's just such an important part of the community, really, is just getting people around the club that make you laugh.
Yeah, from stories around there, the boys really love him. I've never seen him with that he doesn't. He always smiles, which is what you want at the club, and he's a great figure. I love having a good chat with him. So
that's great that he's asked to get on.
Yeah, he did. he mentioned me during the week, and he's a ripping fella as well. And I thought I want to touch on before we throw it over to the boys again. The Waitman brothers, I think they're going pretty good. I think obviously Connor's not playing, had a corky as well, but they're playing some pretty good footy. You happy with how they're going as well?
Yeah, look, they're coming from a fairly strong family, don't they? So
yes, the Waitman name's
bred well.
Yeah, absolutely. They're quality East Ringwood people, and they've obviously got great turn of foot, can get out of trouble really well. Like obviously Josh can get in and under and out and set other people up, and Connor can do the same, but also hit the scoreboard. Connor's a big out today for us, but we just can't be playing sort of semi-fit people, and he understood that, and that's just where it's at with that. But they've been fantastic for us.
Defensively, you've just been fantastic, and now with the addition of Tweedy into your footy club. It's just gone to another level this year, I think, when you'd have to say from last year. I mean, last year we all said, yep, sound defence. This year you'd have to just say it's really rock solid because of that recruitment into the footy club.
Yeah, look, Tweeds has been outstanding as a leader, and also obviously he does get beaten, but I couldn't tell you too many times where he constantly gets beaten. But he just has a never say die attitude, and he wants to take the big guys and he wants to take the best players, which is a great attitude to have. It sort of takes his intercept marking away a little bit, but if you look at his 1%ers and spoils, he just doesn't let their best key forward get a look in, really, and he's just done some massive jobs on wind and etc. So it's been so important for us winning games against the high quality sides.
And some of the other new players coming into the senior side, obviously Josh Fox after winning the Division 1 league in goal kicking last year in the Southern League, Riley Weatherhill as well, Ryan Exton as well coming down from the VFL level. It seems like they've had a bit of an impact coming into the lineup.
Yeah, all of our recruits have been great, and obviously JB, Jamie Benell, had been fantastic too. Unfortunately for him, that his home and away season is all done, but Foxy's outstanding. Again, another big body. You know, if he doesn't mark it, he's bringing it to the front and letting our smaller blokes go to work. And X is an ex-captain of VFL at Coburg, so he just brings great teammanship and leadership. And Riley Weatherall, look, just East Ringwood Junior, who's obviously got some talent, and then
Rangers too.
Rangers, and look, he's our number one ruck at the moment, which is asking a bit of a 19-year-old, but he's like a gentle, cuddly teddy bear until he gets in the ruck, and he's a very strong man.
He's very angry sometimes on the footy field, I've seen. So,
which is what you need.
Yeah, when I was down at Eastland, of course, he was there, so he's a little angry ant, but when you see him off the field, he's the nicest guy ever.
Yeah, exactly.
And just touching on the Indigenous jumper as well, obviously with Jamie and I believe Trey Benell also had some input in the design as well. It must be great for the boys to be wearing it, and not just the senior side, but the reserves 19s and the women's too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, JB, and look, JB, Trey, and Tweeds coming to the football club. We had a culture session with those guys recently, and you just we've learnt so much just from those guys, and that this is off field, not even on field. So it's been a great learning curve for our whole footy club, having those guys come in, and obviously the jumper looks fantastic, so good, and what it means, and Trey will play the didgeridoo today, which is awesome as well in the lead up. So look, those guys have been fantastic, and the jumpers just look awesome, look so good.
And the supporters get around it as well, and that's really important. And your volunteers who do such a wonderful job, being around the place and putting all the hard work in.
Yeah, absolutely. Like our volunteers, like every footy club, it just doesn't work without them, and they all get their opportunity to get one of these jumpers as well, I think, as well. So that's really exciting for it's a whole community. It's not just the players on the field. So, and that's what we play for every week. It's not just the 22 out there. It's the supporters, the volunteers, and everyone alike.
Well, Ben, we really appreciate your time on the Eastland Match of the Round pre-game. You're always good with it, and we look forward to seeing East Ringwood in action for the first time today. Good luck today.
No, thanks, boys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks to Ben Osborne there. Done a absolutely superb job. The former Coburg assistant coach since starting at East Ringwood. I think it was 2021.
Yeah, been around a long time.
Yeah, and he's certainly one that can guide them to. That can guide them to their next Premier Division premiership, whether that be this year or in years to come. He's just done such a great job with a pretty talented list spider.
Well, he has, and I think what I've observed with Ben is he's just been able to get his messaging very clear. He's very direct with his players. He's embraced a really significant culture. Come to a club that's really desperate for success again. They want to be the best in Premier Division. They're hunting a premiership. There's no question about it, and they're going to get there if they're determined. Their determination is going to get them there. 40 years ago, they won the 1984 premiership in the old Division 1. So won a premiership in 2002, and then
I'm sure they'll was a fond day for you, Spider.
No, there's been a couple of those
Yes,
on the way, but there's
it
been a couple of.
happens.
There was a good one against East Ringwood in '87, a famous one. We won't tell Les Ferguson about that one. He's with his commentary. Well, if you go to YouTube, you can see it. But no, all good. But they've been a great club over many years, and they'll be once again climbing the mountain.
They truly are. You know, if you look around, leagues for years on end, and you always see, your Vermonts, your East Ringwoods. I think Blackburn even, they've been around Div 1 for quite a bit.
Well, they came in the early
Park
2000s,
too,
and they've been in for just over 20 years. So they've really consolidated and been a real competitor.
Yeah.
So they haven't had that drop yet. So once you get there, the challenge is to stay there, and they've been able to do it. So there's a lot of other clubs that have had that challenge along the way.
Yeah, they certainly do. They've got the depth. Their reserves are sitting, I think, in the top 3. Their under-19s, I think, will be sitting second because they won by 170 points today.
It's always Blackburn in the reserves and 19s.
Yeah,
well,
pretty much.
in the last 10 years, it has been definitely Blackburn and Vermont.
East Ringwood can certainly challenge them in the reserves and 19s this season, but they're set up, and it's... Blake?
Do we go through... Oh, sorry, keep going. I was going to say...
Yeah, I was about to say, and the women's side as well is also flying. They're on track to make a Division 1 finals appearance in their first season.
Which is massive too, where they were last year too.
Yeah, they were.
So,
they obviously and they didn't win the premiership. They were just absolutely dominant in Division 2 and have been a really good side over the past couple of years since going down to Division 2 in 2022, the women's, and then playing in Division 1 this year. But there's certainly a lot to like about East Ringwood for this year and for many years to come. Before we go to our first stat break in about 5 minutes' time, we'll have a look at some of the games taking place across the divisions. We'll start off with Division 4, just a couple of quick tips on these ones. Croy North Emlock take on Churnside Park at Hughes Park. Forest Hill take on Kilsyth at Forest Hill Reserve. Whitehorse take on Nuttawading. I believe they'll be playing for a cup, Whitehorse. And
they do. Usually play for the Springfield Cup. Yeah, they'll be playing for that, the Springfield Road Cup. Look, you would think in that game, Whitehorse would certainly be the favourites. As we discussed yesterday on the weekend preview show, I still believe Nuttawading will be very competitive in that game. Their performances in the last 4 to 6 weeks have been outstanding. Like, they have really put in some hard yards, made themselves very competitive. They've won some games along the way, and I still see some wins for them in the back half of the year, but I think Whitehorse will get this one done narrowly. I think Kilsyth will get the win over Forest Hill. They're really struggling to be competitive, Forest Hill at the moment, just very young and really struggling to put week in, week out combinations together. And then obviously Churnside Park should get the job done, but North Croydon and Emlock as well, they've been really competitive in the last month or so as well. So there's some light at the end of the tunnel for that footy club, but you would expect those results all to go to plan.
Yeah, so Churnside for me, I think they'll get the job done. Kilsyth against Forest Hill, but the man of the hour, we've got to talk about this. Can he do it, boys? Justin Van Unit.
Yes.
1,000 goal. He's on 998 at the moment.
Well, it's a bit of the false start. Remember when players you're not quite getting to the 100 goals in the season or 1,000?
He should have done a Dustin Martin and wait for the next home game, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
Well, because it'll be pretty bad for him if he kicks a 1,000 goal.
If he kicks one of those balls down that end, one of the ends down at Forest Hill, he'll be kicking it down towards the creek. So
you never know. I think he should make it. In saying that, again, he might not make it, but it'll be interesting to see. We'll keep a close eye on it.
And I'm going to go Whitehorse. I think they've got to do the job.
Still got a few out though, Whitehorse, but I think a little bit more depth will certainly get them across the line. But they'll still need to keep playing well. I mean, Race picked them as a grand finalist. I certainly believe they're around the mark, but I'm still looking at Scoresby at this point in time. I think they're the team to certainly watch in the back half of the year.
But I kind of have a bit on Churnside Park as well. But
they're one to watch.
Yeah, but I think Whitehorse, I think you can trust them a bit more than Churnside. So that's just my call.
Always good at home, Whitehorse, on that small ground.
But it's going to see how they're going to go, because obviously the finals grounds have been announced.
Particularly playing out here.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how they go at a narrow but still a big ground between the big sticks out here at East Ringwood Reserve.
So the question I want to ask, and obviously you, Spider, what is your grand final? Have you gone?
Div 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say Scoresby and
Churnside?
No, I think Scoresby and Kilsyth.
Kilsyth, wow.
I don't mind that call.
From the clouds.
I think Kilsyth at their best. They're a really good side. Obviously, I think they're still missing players, but I'm going to I'll pick
yours?
Scoresby. I'll pick Scoresby, but I'll go Whitehorse Pioneers as well. They'll get players back, and
I reckon their depth is what's going to kill Kilsyth because their reserve side haven't been great.
No, they haven't been, and that's the big concern if they do have injuries.
Still feel they might make a little bit of a run, Kilsyth, but after last year, been a bit of a slow start, but I think they're still looking to have another run at it. But Scoresby for me are the team, and Whitehorse are definitely in the mix.
So just quickly, and Josh, your side was like that last year. You know, they went for a rough patch and then they won the premiership. So anything's possible in that division.
It certainly is. And Whitehorse, you could argue, are going through that same thing, a bit of a rough patch, but you just got to have your best side on the park.
I always find that first year down is the biggest challenge, and sometimes it takes a couple of seasons. And I think Scoresby are learning that as well. That first year of disappointment, not getting there, but then that second year, when you're back in, you're pushing to try and take that next step.
Well, Whitehorse, they'd obviously be pretty familiar with it. Haven't played in Division 4 a couple of before. I think it was their 2018 premiership that they won, but I'm sure they'll look to get back up into Division 3 sometime soon. And
they will. Yeah.
Even if they don't win a premiership this year, they will sometime in the future. But
they're highly competitive.
Great mark taken there, boys.
Yeah, well, and it's Adam Markich-Smith who's having a shot on goal. We're going to go to our first stat break for the Eastland match of the round. When we return, as Adam Markich has just kicked it out of bounds on the full. When we return, we'll talk
into the fire pit almost.
We'll talk about all things Division 3 to Premier Division. You're listening to the Eastland match of the round out here at East Ringwood Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round out here at East Ringwood Reserve, top of the table. Premier Division clash between East Ringwood and Balwyn. all the action live here. 98.1 Radio Eastern, streaming live across the globe on Facebook and YouTube. Josh Wood here alongside Matt Spiderlee and Blake Tennant, touching on the development team scores. East Ringwood lead at third quarter time, 6-9-45 to Balwyn 3-1-19. So making a bit of a run in that third quarter to East Ringwood, but Balwyn picking a couple of goals late in the term. We're just about to get stuck into what's taking place in Division 3 this weekend. A couple of quick tips on these ones. Oakley District Sylvan, Warrandyte take on Fair Park, Furniture Gully take on Surrey Park as well. I'm guessing we'll all be tipping Warrandyte, Oakley District and Furniture Gully.
Yeah, I think
Surrey
so.
Park, I should say, not Furniture
Whoa,
Gully.
what's going on?
No,
You've jumped ship. You've jumped ship after last week.
Can I just
We
say-
finally got him jumping ship.
Can I just say, though, if you're
Slip of the tongue. Beautiful.
if you're a Furniture Gully person, you would want to play Surrey Park right now.
Yeah, you
just
would.
Judged on the form line. Like, they brought in the big fella, the ruckman, back, and he said he was retired. Now all of a sudden, I want to play again. That's what he was. I don't know. He's
DSO?
Matthew Pat. I can't remember.
DSO?
Last name starts with P, Josh.
I'm not 100%.
He coached. He was one of the assistant coaches, and then he.
It was DSO. It was Daniel DSO, but he's only played the one game this season, and that was against... Yeah.
Surrey Park, ruckman.
Oh,
20.
Paolini.
Yeah, that's
Paolini,
right.
okay, yeah.
That's the one. I was
Sure
talking about your mum, mate. But anyway, but anyway, I think it's the right time for a Furniture Gully player or a supporter. This is the time we want to get Surrey Park, but I think you just got to tip Surrey Park just due to where Furniture Gully are at the moment. I know it's not been the greatest of seasons that they're having, but that fifth spot is still open, boys. Like I'm telling you, it's still open.
It is. And look, I mean, I think in terms of this game, you're referencing Furniture Gully and Surrey Park. Look, you expect Surrey Park to get the win. I think Furniture Gully will be definitely competitive. We talked about it yesterday. I just, from the point of view, Surrey Park need to bounce back after the disappointing performance last week. They no doubt would have reviewed that game. There's a few, they had a few outs as well, so good chance for them to redeem themselves. But you'd think down there they're going to be a little bit too strong, and obviously Oakley Districts, I think, can get the win as well. So I think in terms of the results this week, Fair Park, they've been in some pretty good form last few weeks, Josh, as we discussed yesterday.
Yeah.
But it's a good challenge for Warrandyte, to see if they can get one at home. They really need to.
Yeah, they definitely would want to against the Fair Park side. As you mentioned, they're in really good form, back-to-back wins for the first time this season.
And it's a bit, when you think about it, you would have thought that they could have done a little bit more often, but it's just been that inconsistency. They just haven't had the continuity of the players coming through the whole season. They had a few guys out, obviously. Some of the well-known players, just not every week, not at their best, which has been a bit of a shame for Fair Park's perspective.
Yeah, but they gained Jay Rakin into their side this weekend, and obviously Cole Hurd's come back in recent weeks, and they're slowly getting their best side on the park. But I'm tipping Fair Park, Oakley District, and Surrey Park. I'll be made to pay, I'm guessing, in the next couple of days.
No pitching a tent?
No, probably not. Probably not.
I'll just go through my tips, Josh, if you're talking about that.
Course.
Yes. I think you got to go Oakley District over Warrandyte, I think. Sylvan, Getting on my notes here.
So you're not giving Sylvan any chance?
No, I don't think. Away, they're not a good side away, but home, maybe.
Yeah. Oakley District's form's been a bit patchy.
Yeah, I'm going Warrandyte to beat Fair Park. I'm going to go...
We're going an upset, okay.
I'm going an upset here, though. Coldstream to beat Donvale.
Ooh, don't mind that.
I think it's time.
Let's touch on that game.
Oh, sorry, I thought we are...
Well, it's a perfect segue to touching on that game, because it is a great opportunity for Coldstream to take on Donvale out on their home track. I don't think they have Gary Conyers playing for them, which is a bit of a loss, but they'll need the likes of Mitch Evans, Darcy Fritsch to have big games, Darcy Carrigan, Brooke Castry. I certainly think they're capable of getting close to Donvale at home. I just think Donvale, they've put their foot to the pedal in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, the big ground too, I think, will be the big question mark. How Donvale handle that big ground and whether whether it will suit them, and with their ball movement. We know that they're a very free-flowing team, and with their height and their size, and then the way that they like to move the ball, Kevin Collins will certainly be wary of the way that Coldstream will want to play, because they've got the physical bodies. I think from that perspective, you certainly give Coldstream a chance, but I don't think the margin's going to be that significant. I think Donvale will certainly have to work for the result, but you would expect that they would get the win.
Yeah,
I think it's time for Coldstream.
It's fair enough.
They're definitely placing themselves like in a position where they can really have a real good crack at it this season. I think their performances over the last few weeks have been okay. Yeah, sure, they've lost the odd game or two, which we probably would have expected them to win. But I think when they're at home, they're a lot more competitive, and when they've been away, their form probably hasn't been as good. Yeah.
But the thing about Coldstream is, and we'll continue to find answers for this, is their forward line. I guarantee you, Kevin Collins would have a game plan to put 3 players or 2 on Fridge today, and then they've got to find revenues to kick goals. And we can continue as media people.
But Donvale just play a defensive system. They don't worry about double teaming. Like they just play a defensive system. They get their numbers back, sure, but then they just systematically move the ball down the ground with transition. That's the way the Donvale play, because they play with the good height, but then they play with a lot of ball speed too, and that's why they're such a fast-paced team, and they're a high-scoring team as well.
And that was on show in their match of the round a couple of weeks ago when they took on Surrey Park and knocked them off out there.
Coldstream will want this game to be a low-scoring game. They'll want it to be an arm wrestle.
And if it's conditions like this at a Coldstream Reserve, as the sun tries to poke through, I certainly think it'll be in the favour of Donvale. So dipping the Vales there. The other important Division 3 game, Knox up against Upper Ferntree Gully. For Upper Gully, this will be a test for their finals credentials for Knox. They gained some serious reinforcement. Jordan Love, Sam Goyne, and Zach Hanlon come into the lineup. Hanlon for his first game.
Well, it's a big move, isn't it? I mean, he's been at Vermont, Zach. He's hasn't really had the opportunities that he would have desired. He would have thought that he was going to be potentially a senior player there. That's why he went there from Eastburn. He said that he wanted to play more senior footy, wasn't getting those opportunities because of other players at Vermont getting opportunities ahead of him, but now has decided to go and have a look at Knox and try and cement a spot there. They're looking for another tall player just to boost their stock, so that's a good signing for them. But I think they'll win this game against Upper Ferntree Gully. I just think at home they'll be able to get the job done the way that they like to play that ground with ball movement. Steve Buckle puts a good defensive system in, but I think around stoppage and clearance that's where this game will be won, and it'll give their forwards a tremendous opportunity to get repeating entries. So Upper Ferntree Gully, look, they'll definitely have a go, but I'm just not sure they're going to have the polish to be able to kick a winning score.
Blake, your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one. I think Knox, just due to Upper Gully's last couple of weeks, probably hasn't been up to scratch, you would say.
Well, they've dropped off. They've dropped off a little bit in some areas. Yeah,
they have.
So I'm going to go Knox.
Fair enough. And I'm excited about the duo of Zach Hanlon and Harrison Greaves roaming up forward or through ruck. It's certainly an exciting prospect for Knox fans.
And Barlow's up there too.
Yeah, it's a really strong attack, and it's only going to get better as the season goes on. We'll move on now to Division 2. Only 3 games this weekend. Of course, it's a split round this weekend and next weekend for Division 2.
I think Div 1 starts the week after.
I believe so, yeah. So a couple of split rounds ahead for all the Division 1 and Division 2 fans. Eastborough will take on Boronia. Lilydale take on Heathmont. Lilydale is sniff out at the other side, but the form of Heathmont and Boronia, they've been irrepressible. I think that they both get the job done away from home.
Yeah, I think Heathmont, they're back, I reckon. That's just what I gather at the moment. I feel like Heathmont are back to what we know.
Well, I think they've been back for about the last month. I mean, I saw them play against Eastburn a few weeks ago, and they were tremendous. Just their attack on the ball, physical presence around the ball, and just the ability to be able to hit the scoreboard. They weren't able to do it for the early part of the season, but now it feels like they've got their mojo back. We know Mullinger McHugh is just playing brilliant football. He's dominating the competition, and as we discussed yesterday on the preview show, he's got to be in calculations for the medal. He just has to be probably the favourite at this point in time.
I reckon you've got to back him in. I reckon.
Yeah, well,
Mitch Mellis is close, but
but I just can't see players taking votes away from him.
No, I can't either.
Guys like Haynes and Tink, etc., Feltham, they're getting votes, but are they getting the threes? I don't think so.
Yeah, I certainly give Nathan Molyneux a shout. He was close last year in Division 2, but he's putting together.
But they've got to take Lilydale, seriously. Lilydale, that they can bob up on their day and beat you if you're not, fully attuned. And we know that Luke McCormick, likes to get his team up, especially at home and in front of the fans. So they've got to be real, have that desire. And you came up with some news regarding Lilydale as well, regarding Luke McCormick.
Yes, I did. Unfortunately, Luke's decided to step down as Lilydale head coach, which is, it's big news. We can get at what he's been. The development of Lilydale is what he's looking at right now. I know it's been really tough for him. Obviously, getting relegated last year, and they're playing. I reckon that burst that they had, when they won against the Basin and Heathmont, that was pretty good. But I think it's time.
But sometimes, Blake, in a football club, you want to only be there for 1 or 2 years and you want to set the platform for someone else to come in. So he might be just laying the foundation for someone else to come in and finish off that work. They've got some exciting prospects going forward, Josh, I think, Lilydale. They're one to watch over the next 12 months. And if it is the way that he does depart, well, so be it. But I'm sure that they would have some ideas of where the direction of where they want to go.
Yeah, I'm sure
2025.
They've certainly got a talented list, and whoever comes in.
And some good under-19s coming through as well.
It'll be interesting to see how they go. Ringwood Waverley Blues, the other, probably the most interesting Division 2 game. I think we'll obviously all be tipping Waverley Blues. Ringwood do have a senior debutant, Lachlan Gorman, who is the first player to play for the Ringwood Seniors from the junior club of Ringwood since they rebuilt the Ringwood Junior Football Club back in 2015, which is great to see. That might get the side up, but they lose Jack Blythe. Tim Jones also goes out of the lineup. I think it's going to be a mountain to climb, I reckon, for Ringwood, who do get back Tim Wack, though, Blake.
Yes, Tim's been around Ringwood for a lot of years, and he just had a little bit of a break from football. I think he went travelling as well, and it's good to see him back. Another experienced player, but I think they fortunately might lose today, unfortunately. Yeah,
Waverley Boys for me, I think they'll be too strong. They've been looking good over the last period of time. Had a couple of losses consecutively, but got back on winners list last week against East Burwood and did it pretty comfortably. So I'm expecting a win, but obviously a big out with Williamson not playing today. Yeah, there is. They do gain some players back, like Will Little off the top of my head. So some handy inclusions, but some big outs for the Waverley Boys. But still tipping them at Jubilee Park. Moving on to Division 1. Quick tips on East Burwood, Boronia. I'm guessing Boronia are winning that game, East Burwood. A lot of outs at the moment and a lot of work to do for East Burwood, both on and off the field, to get back on track and get some wins before the end of the season. It'll certainly be interesting to see how they go. If it's within 6 or 7 goals, it's a massive win. As we discussed yesterday. Touching on Division 1, Bayswater take on Mitcham, North Ringwood take on Moorbuck. I think majority of us tipped North Ringwood yesterday on the podcast and tipped Mitcham as well out of Bayswater Oval. The Tigers game, Zach Elmson, Flynn Maguire lose, Alex Barton-Smith. But Blake, do you reckon Mitcham get the job done against Bayswater and who wins North Ringwood Moorbuck?
I'm going to go Moorbuck over North Ringwood, but North Ringwood are a complete different side at home. Similar to another team that we will be touching on in a few minutes' time. And I feel like, who was the other one? Sorry,
Bayswater, Mitcham.
I think you've got to back in Mitcham just due to Bayswater's performances over the last 2-3 weeks. I don't think it's been up to scratch. And, that game against Montana South, that would hurt Bayswater. I don't think they kicked the goal in the last quarter as well. I think they were down by 10 points at 3/4 time, and wanting South maybe kick 5 or 6 goals in the last to win.
They didn't kick a single goal for 3 quarters.
Yeah, you just felt though that Wanting South were due for that win, and that's why I picked them last week. But Bayswater were very poor, particularly in that last quarter, and I saw that loss coming a couple of weeks ago. But I agree. I think Mitcham will win that game. And with North Ringwood and Moorbuck, it's time for them to replicate. They've got to be able to do it consecutive weeks in a row with performance. So if they can do it, then we'll give them a big tick. But I just get the feeling that North Ringwood will be able to get the job done. But there's been some disappointing performances from them over recent weeks as well. So North Ringwood at home, really important that they hit the scoreboard. They just haven't been able to do it accurately. And it's always low-scoring games.
Yeah, they certainly are at a Quamby Reserve, and it'll be interesting to see how it goes. Out there, just up the road from here, of course. And then touching on Doncaster, Warren Turner South out at Shrooms Reserve. I'm backing Warnie South.
Yep.
It's I think Ben Margo's 300th game for Doncaster, and we congratulate him.
Yeah, I'm going to go Doncaster.
They want to get up for him, but I just think Warren Turner South, they've got a pretty decent side now out in the park, and they'll look to get the job, make it back-to-back.
Well, that's the challenge. You've got to be able to replicate it 2 weeks in a row. Can they do it this playing week? And it's hard when you're a young side. You've got to be able to do it week after week after week. They've got the confidence to do it. I think it'll be a very close game, but just get a bit of a feeling. Milestone game, very significant for the Doncaster Football Club. I think they'll be able to get the job done and reward the 300 game.
One Turner South, for me.
And then finally, 2 big games, top 5 sides going head-to-head. First up, Beaconsfield, South Belgrave. Beaconsfield have a couple of massive losses. Brandon White, Nathan Wright among those out. South Belgrave, I believe Taylor Garner isn't playing for them, he's listed in the emergencies. And now he wasn't listed in the emergencies.
This is the funny buggers they did when Montrose played South Belgrave.
Yeah, and now he's listed in, so he'll be playing.
He will be playing.
He's playing this week, so all 3 Garners are playing. I'm guessing we're all tipping South Belgrave in this contest.
Yeah, South Belgrave for me. Just think they'll be able to hit the scoreboard. Just a bit concerned about Beaconsfield with some defensive things, but I think it'll be quite a close game contest. But so many outs for Beaconsfield, just hard to go with them this week.
And finally, Montrose up against Park Orchards. It's another big test for Montrose out on their home deck. Blake, they gained some reinforcement. Lose Jordy Nagel, but Bo Tennant comes back into the lineup, which is a very handy
player.
Yeah.
Who's that? Don't know that guy.
So
really?
let's have a look at this game, Blake. I mean, Montrose, they tease us every few weeks with their performances.
They do. Yep.
The performance last week was really poor.
It was.
And so what do they need to do collectively as a playing group to get this back on track, to get this more consistent? Because when they play teams like Park Orchards, they have to be able to play 4 consistent quarters.
Yes, they have to, of course. We need to put, I feel like we need to put maybe just a tiny bit more respect on Park Orchards. What they're doing is incredible. I feel like, we're just giving them a little bit, but not too much. They're having an incredible season to date. And from Montrose's point of view, they've just got to get more space into Garthwaite. Last week, Mitcham gave him nothing. They gave him nothing with Garthwaite's run to the ball. He's marking, they were just all over him, and I feel like that's another big issue Montrose need to do. But as I keep saying to you guys, Montrose are a complete different side at home.
Yep.
They've only lost 1 game this year, and that was to Beaconsfield. That was because, as Morty said on the air, that Beaconsfield had their whole team in pretty much, except for Johnson probably, that he's been. But
they're playing a team, Park Orchards, that are very good defensively, solid midfield, and they hit the scoreboard.
They do, with Prosnak and Kent Keppel as well. I'm going to go Montrose. I feel like at home, I'm telling you, they're a different side at home, and I feel like an upset could happen, and I could see between the 0 to 10 goal. 0 to 10 points.
I'll go with Park Orchards, Josh. I think they might do it pretty comfortably, but I think it'll be a bit of an arm wrestle for majority.
I'll tip Park Orchards as well. They'll enjoy conditions and a smaller ground out at Montrose Recreation Reserve. But we're going to go to another break here. When we return, I'll introduce the rest of the call team for the Eastland match of the round. Top of the table Premier Division clash between East Ringwood and Balwyn.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Osborne from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, 1v2 in Premier Division, senior men's competition. The day could not be set for a bigger contest between East Ringwood and Balwyn. Balwyn's first loss of the season came last week at the hands of Vermont, and they're back out here at East Ringwood Reserve playing the side in second position on the ladder. The Roos have had a fantastic year so far after making the finals last season, coming up the divisions. All set for a massive game this afternoon. We've got 1v2 today, 2v3 between Roeville and Vermont tomorrow, and 5v6 also around the grounds out at Cheon Park between South Croydon and Blackburn. So a massive weekend of Premier Division football. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, joined by Ben Warren-Smith, Ray Baird, Matt Spider-Lee, Paul Uconi. Paul, we'll start with you down on the end, doing the stats today. Looking forward to this one. We had a bit of a chat beforehand, and we're hoping for what should be a close game between the best two sides in Premier Division so far.
Yeah, no, it's 1v2. It's always, it's probably one of the biggest games of the weekend, and yeah, no, it's a wonderful day for it, and yeah, hopefully we get a nice close one.
Absolutely. Matt Spider-Lee was on the pre-game show and had a chat about all things Eastern Football Netball League, and also spoke to Brenton Sanderson, Ben Osborne. Spider, great to have you on board this afternoon.
Afternoon, Ryan, and all the listeners and viewers around the world. Great to be here this afternoon out at East Ringwood. Terrific conditions, and really looking forward to this game of footy because I think it's going to be a fascinating one. East Ringwood, big opportunity for them to impose themselves once again on the competition, and Balwyn need to fight back and respond after the disappointment of their first loss of the season last weekend.
Certainly right, and Ray Baird also in the special comments chair today, was out at Warrandyte Reserve for the women's match of the round, and back again for the men's. Big day for you, Ray.
Yeah, it's been a great morning out there, Ryan, but also very nice to be here, squeezed in between two legends, PWS and Spider, so I'll just try and do the best I can, boys.
Oh, thanks, Ray. You try your best. And also in the calling chairs you alluded to, Ben Warren-Smith, great to have you back. Crawled out of the hospital to get here today. A massive effort from you. Well, very excited to have you back on board.
Oh, I could have missed this game, could I? Yeah, been a bit of a tough week out in the Alfred. touch of COVID and didn't handle that too well. But I'm fighting fit again. I'll be okay, John Blackman. Don't worry about that. And it's just nice to be out on the balcony out here. What a great ground this is, and what a fantastic spot to call from. It makes sense. It's the right thing that East Ringwood are in Premier Division, that they're playing good football, because when this club's up and about, they are very, very powerful. They've got a strong supporter base. Great to see Les Ferguson out here at the ground, the doyen of 98.1 Radio Eastern and local football calling as well, and a mentor to many of us here on the media team. He'll be hoping that his boys get up today. I'm looking forward to seeing East Ringwood. Obviously, I've seen Balwyn already play this year, but it's going to be a fascinating clash, exactly like Spider alluded to.
You mentioned Les Ferguson from Radio Eastern. Just a small shout out to Daryl from TRFM, who's up here from Gippsland. He's here to watch his nephews, the Snicker brothers. So he's we're just chatting a fair bit off air there.
Fantastic.
With regards to some radio stuff.
Also, if you are listening on Radio Eastern, you won't be able to see this on the screen at the moment, but great to have the East Ringwood Football Club. They've got their NAIDOC round jumper, Jamie Benell, and his son's down there on the boundary. They're about to do a smoking ceremony ahead of the big game, and the jumper looks fantastic.
Does that mean there's lots of number changes?
No jumper. I asked that during the week. No jumper number changes, supposedly. But the jumper looks fantastic, and you can find out more about it at the East Ringwood Facebook page, as we've got Blake and Josh down on the boundary and right in front of the smoking ceremony. Josh, it's good to have you on board as well, and great to have the smoking ceremony ahead of the big game.
It certainly is, and it's great to see all the East Ringwood sides wearing the Indigenous jumper. Ben Osborne even was wearing it as he was walking out onto the ground, which is great to see. So I think we're just about to get started with it as well.
Fantastic. So we'll keep an eye on that when that does get started. Looks like we're only moments away.
I think I was being flagged by Blake for a bit there. They've handed Blake's microphone over to the East Ringwood guy for the ceremony. Couldn't understand what he was trying to tell me. But
maybe he could keep it for the whole game as well.
Well, I thought it was security who did take it off him.
So we are going to go down to ground level.
He probably hasn't even turned it on.
In just a moment. I am worried about that.
Well, he's gone from
your microphone too.
He's gone from two mics to zero mics.
That's all good. I can see that it's on. It's okay.
I'd be more worried he hadn't got firecrackers in his pocket that he's going to throw on the smoke down there.
Right.
Spares from the 21st.
So we're almost about to get started. It's great to see, and obviously the senior women's side wore the jumper last week, the NAIDOC jumper with the blue shorts, and today they've got the white shorts on, which makes sense. And Blackburn wearing the home shorts today.
No surprise to see Dan Beard as the senior umpire out here today for a radio game. He doesn't shy away from these ones, does he?
No, he doesn't miss him.
This is probably his fourth game for the day too.
He crawled down to Division 1 the other week because he had a radio game, so he'll be looking forward to this one as we're almost ready to get started proceedings here with a NAIDOC round for the East Ringwood Football Club. We're about to get started.
Ready? Look, I'd like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I want to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to having gathered here this afternoon. But I always like to acknowledge the mob, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples joining us. I'd like to acknowledge and pay my deepest respects to them also. Wominjeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yemen Kundi Bik. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Budambor War Kondi Nagnak Dubban Bit Bullock Bor Chilikan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Warong language group. Hello, my name is Colin Hunter Jr. or Willert, meaning possum. A name given to me by my grandmother as a young boy. I'm a proud and passionate 7th generation Wurundjeri man and a direct descendant of Bibbidgen, who was Nullangetter or head of the tribe at time at first settlement. And it's through my grandmother, Gumbriar, meaning white dove, or Auntie Tiny, or Nana, she was known to all us mob, that I got Aboriginal culture and heritage in my life today. So for that I say thanks, Nan. My grandmother was one of the last of the Aboriginal people born in the early 1920s, up at Corranderk Mission in Healesville, before she got pushed up the Barramon the River in New South Wales. In Aboriginal culture, a great deal of respect is given to the land, the plants and animals alike. And as always, I've got my beautiful gummies. I'll place them over in the foyer over there somewhere, and if you're quick enough and you get an opportunity, please take a nice one and put it in your pocket for the day, eh? The significance that will keep you safe along country and give you the accesses to the resources while you're on country. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Woomajeka, welcome. Look, I just want to say a few words. I want to congratulate East Ringwood Football Club on taking the time to pay them up the respect during NAIDOC week, you know. And I think a lot of thanks goes to Jamie Benell and the mob that are playing up here this year. So I want to congratulate you, brother, on what you've done. Because it's yeah, I think so. You know, because it's the little things, you know, taking the time out to make a day like this today. Because what it does is it educates people. It gets people thinking. And I was just saying to Jamie before I come, you know, when Mr. Batman signed that treaty down on the Merry Creek with our elders, Billy Blair and Bibbidgen, Uncle William Barrick's dad and Uncle Simon Dwanga's dad, they were 11-year-old boys, you know. And if you fast forward to 1856, to the 1856 Victorian census, we're down to 22, I think it was 17 Wurundjeri people and 22 Tunarong people left in 1856, 21 years after colonisation. So it's just a bit of food for thought. But yeah, thank you, East Ringwood Football Club.
Fantastic there.
Sensational.
That was brilliant and well organised by Jamie Benell, who did a great job with Norwood starting the tradition with the NAIDOC game with South Croydon. Played a massive role with that. He's come to the club here at East Ringwood, and unfortunately he's not out there to play, and I'm sure he would have been loving to play in that jumper. He has got it on, which is great to see, and was lucky enough to speak to him last year and hear from him and his personal experience, and I think a lot of these boys are going to learn from him as well as the other the others, and it's a fantastic to see, and a great initiative, Ben, and something that I think we're all still learning as well, and we learn a bit more every day.
It's really special, isn't it, Ray? Seeing something like that happen out here, and it's a really big stepping stone by this country. The acknowledgement that we now give to our First Nation people, isn't it?
Yeah, because I mean, you go back 10 years, and 10 years is not far to go back, but there was nothing like this happening.
No, that's right, especially at a local level.
No.
And obviously the Dream Time at the G is something that's happened at AFL level, Indigenous round, and now through initiatives through players like Jamie Benell, Braden Kilpatrick. They've done such a great job at organising these initiatives, and fantastic to see that jumper today. Big game between East Ringwood and Balwyn. It doesn't get any bigger than this.
It's glary out here today.
I know. I pulled out the sunglasses too. I didn't.
Very snazzy, by the way.
Looking sharp. Get the camera on me at the moment as we go down the boundary with 2 Mike's Tennant.
Oh, the one there, boys. The ceremony was really good. Still waiting on the toss, I believe, as well. Hasn't been announced yet, but we'll give you that shortly. Do you want to give us a tip as well, boys?
Yeah, give us your tips down there.
I think I'm going to go East Ringwood today. I think East Ringwood by 15 points today. I think they've just got a few more. I think Aussie did say that they're up to almost full strength, so I think I'm going to go the Roos today, boys.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the Roos as well with a couple of handy inclusions. One of those inclusions, Connor Downey, might not be playing today. I'll follow
he's
up.
Out.
Yeah,
yes.
so
Harry Nolan in, Josh?
I believe Harry Nolan is in, and he'll be wearing the number 68. I can just see him getting a kick in there. But I'm still tipping East Ringwood. There's they just got Sam Lelson coming into the lineup. They're a much stronger side than Balwyn at the moment. I'm tipping them by, I'll say 24 points the margin.
And sorry, boys, this was for Sam Lelson. This was from the great man. He reckons he'll kick 4 today. Just wanted to let you boys know he's on for 4 goals today. So I'll let him know about that. But
Who was that, Blake?
Sam Lelson. As soon as I rocked up here at the car park, he said 4 goals.
I watched him miss 3 in a row just before for a 45.
That's what he's just told me, BWS. We'll keep that on our chats here.
Right,
but he's told me 4 goals.
Love your work.
Yes, another ground you're very well welcomed at, Blake. Boys, we'll get your tips as well. We'll start with Paul down at the end of the table. Paul, your tip this afternoon between East Ringwood and Balwyn. Balwyn obviously coming off their first loss of the year, and the Roos at pretty much full strength.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go East Ringwood by about 3 or 4 goals here. I think East Ringwood being at full strength just about, and also at home as well. They don't lose too many here, so I'm going to go East Ringwood by 3 to 4 goals.
Spider, your tip this afternoon?
Going to be an arm wrestle all day, I think, this game. I think both teams could really be up for this fight, but I'm going to lean towards the home side, East Ringwood. Think by around about 10 points. Just think a couple of the inclusions for East Ringwood have been really important for them. A couple of the outs might be testing for Balwyn, but I think this ground size for Balwyn might test them as well. So East Ringwood by 10 points.
Can we just ask Blake and Josh, what was umpire Dan Beard getting?
So we've just got breaking news.
Breaking news.
Yes, so the boundary umpire is wearing the green Asics today. You'll see, that's what Dan Beard's told me. But I think it was Marcus Allen umpiring his 500th game today, guys.
Oh, great achievement there. And we'll see him on the boundary.
And the toss has just been done. Sorry to interrupt, Ryan. Charlie Haley has won it. Balwyn will be kicking to the left of your radio dial to the Mines Road end, East Ringwood to the Mount Dandenong Road end.
Thanks, Josh. Ray Baird, your tip this afternoon?
Well, I'm amazed at all you guys. You've all jumped on East Ringwood, but I'm not. I'm sticking with Balwyn. One loss doesn't mean they're falling off the peg or anything.
Absolutely.
And I like the way Brenton Sanderson coaches them. I think Balwyn will win, and I think they'll win by 3 goals.
I can't believe I'm going to agree with the grumpy old man, but I'm on the Balwyn train as well today. I think disappointment after probably could have put the game away last week against Vermont, taking that loss. They'll be ready to bounce back today. Huge challenge for them. Yes, they've got some players that have fallen out of the side, and East Ringwood come in at full strength, basically. But a huge test today for the Tigers. They're on top of the table for a reason, and I think they'll bounce back today.
Yeah. I always tip the favourites, and I think East Ringwood I think East Ringwood, despite being second on the ladder with the 2 lists, favourites coming into this. Urban's a massive loss for the midfielder Balwyn, so I'll tip East Ringwood by 2 goals, Ray.
Right, before we start, I've got a message. I want to ask Blake Tennant down there. Can you hear us? Can you put Blake on? I want to ask him a question.
Shouting off the balcony.
Blake, BWS mentioned Dreamtime at the G. I think at your club, Montrose, they celebrated that last week. They were asleep, weren't they, all afternoon?
Oh, come on, mate. Bit harsh, mate. Just a bad day in the office, Ray.
Come on.
Bad day in the office. Anyway.
Well, there'll be plenty of time for that talk a bit later because we've got a massive Premier Division clash, 1v2, out here at East Ringwood Reserve. East Ringwood and Balwyn are about to get started. East Ringwood today wearing their Indigenous NAIDOC round jumpers, all in white. And the Balwyn in Tigers, one loss of the season in the black. We'll get started here. First bounce, Ben Warren-Smith.
So the umpire throws it up and no clear knockout that time. Little handball out wide, goes out towards the Guymer direction. Couldn't quite pick the ball up. Coming in for support there was Ballo, who copped one high for his troubles. It might be advantage paid here. It is here for the Roos. Kick up towards the half-forward line, but to no avail. Chopped off there by Jamie Gottliebson for the Tigers, who takes it across the half-back line. Got a couple of short options on. Instead, just decides just to poke it really to no man's land in the end, and standing strong, Riley Weatherall, the big ruckman, takes the mark unattended. So, a couple of errors by both sides in this first minute here as the sloppy kick goes up towards half-forward, and once again it's been chopped off. So Glasbarrow, little poking towards the middle of the ground, that's okay. Perfect conditions here for football today. As we said, it's a little bit glary as the driving kick goes inside forward 50. It was a 3-on-2 situation on hands and knees. Get a little handball out there. Here's Smith. Got the linking handball up with Lever on the right boot. Scrambles a kick towards the top of the goal square, but it was going nowhere in the end, and the quick kick out by East Ringwood sees it in the arms of Ballo. Got the little handball away, and now the Roos can link up in the middle. This is good play. Here's Exon on the right boot. Drives the ball inside forward 50. This is good end-to-end football. Gottliebson came in for the spoil. Picked up, though, by Farmer on the left boot, who pushed it towards goal and through for a minor score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 1.5 minutes into this first term on the Eastland match of the round, and it's the home side leading by 1 point as we go down boundary side to Blake Tennant and Josh Ward.
Couple of matchups to watch out for. Charlie Haley, he's got Damon Delaney for company. John Mole has got Tristan Tweedy for company in the ball and forward half.
Thanks, Josh. Charlie coming off probably his quietest game of the year. Strong mark there by Chevy Anderson, who's had a big season himself. Expecting Haley to be a big threat today for the Tigers. Been a fantastic season for him. Short pass to Wilson, right in front of us on the broadcast side. Slow play here from Balwyn. The short chip inbound finds a target in Lever. Just slowly moving their way down the ground, taking their time, making the most of their opportunities, going forward in the direction of Lyle. The ball didn't make it to him. Bowen Smith came in, got the handball back to Lyle. Lyle goes inside 50 in the direction of Haley. He's holding his man there out the back. He might be able to run onto this, and he puts the ball in the boot. Bouncing footy is just to the left of the main sticks, and a minor score, 1 point apiece. 2.5 minutes gone in the first term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Blake Tennant on the boundary, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals.
I think if we mention as well that it's also Chris Cheney's 250th game today, boys. It's he's been a very good player for East Ringwood. I don't know if it was mentioned earlier on, boys.
Well, you were on the pre-game, so I don't know.
No, it wasn't mentioned, but congratulations to Chris.
Hey, I thought it'll be worth a mentioning, boys.
Weatherall's kick was a scrambly one in towards the middle of the ground, so Ball a chance to go forward again across the half-forward line, linking up. He's Smith on the left boot, inside forward 50. Haley dived on top of the football looking for the free kick. The umpire was not giving him that one. Ballo will pick himself up and hand the ball back to the umpire, and we'll have a bounce 45 metres out.
Stoppages are going to be a really big part of this game, Ray, so ball will need to be on task early to eliminate East Ringwood's impact.
Anderson got the knockdown that time. Little handball out wide. Ballo was in there. A little quick forward by Lever was in there. Getting down Markovsky, and the umpire's paid holding the football, so be a free kick to East Ringwood, deep in the back pocket. They're using the grandstand side. This is where the sun will get in the player's eyes. Came out towards Weatherall at the back of the pack. Nicely done there by Wise, but couldn't quite get the link-up handball. On hands and knees, they go forward. Gottliebson on the right boot, kicks it inside forward 50, right into that danger spot. Who's going to be the first to meet it? Davis was in there. He goes backwards to Oakes, who swings around now on the left boot. Had a good bit man of purchase there. Goes right into the pocket. Diving and not quite taking the mark there was Charlie Haley, the skipper, but he touched it and it went over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in.
Quite a tentative opening for both sides here. No one's prepared to take the game on at this stage. Very cautious.
Deep inside the forward 50 for Balwyn. 1 point apiece in the early stages of this game. The tap down in favour of the Tigers here. Balwyn Smith's there. Well done by Delaney to clear it out, but it's fallen right into the hands of a Balwyn forward here, and it's Hunter Pearce, who is well in range to kick the first of the afternoon.
The fatal sin when you're kicking out of defence under pressure like that. Go to the boundary, don't go to the corridor.
Well, they were well set up behind the footy, Balwyn, and Pearce will line up looking for the first of the day in the match of the round. 1v2 here today. Good looking kick on her way, and it's there right through the middle. Balwyn have the first of the afternoon. 1-1-7. East Ringwood 1 behind. 4 coming up to 5 minutes played on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this first term.
Coming down to method, isn't it, Ray? I mean, at the moment, Balwyn just look like the method is a little bit more sustainable. The East Ringwood at this point in time got to be really aware of the way that they're moving the football.
Yeah, dead right, Spider. There's been a couple of opportunities there where ball has sort of been going forward, but the hand pass has just had a little bit too much air time on it, and it's been able to be smothered. But they'll get that as the game goes on.
So back into the middle here. The sun certainly is glaring today. There's no doubt about that, making things difficult for everybody, including us commentators up here. Weatherer went up, he went down. He'll get back up and hand it back to the umpire, and we'll have another ball up. 1 goal lead early to the Tigers. Weatherall took it out of the ruck, slammed it on the boot, goes inside forward 50. The ball was bouncing skew. First play to meet it out there was McDermott. Got a little knock over the top, trying to keep the ball alive. That time was Exon. He did extremely well. Exon right to the top of the square. It'll be knocked away. They'll probably try and force this one through. Goblison was there. Little kick through eventually by Josh Walker, just for safety, just for touch. And through for another minor score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 6.5 gone here in the first quarter, and it's a slender lead. It's a 5-point lead to the Tigers.
Really like Walker's season in defence. Started last year in attack and kicked 6 goals in their first game. That kick on the far side by Balwyn couldn't make Balwyn Smith. It was smothered and out of bounds as we go down to the boundary.
And just on the topic of Josh Walker, he's got the big job on Josh Fox.
Thanks, Josh. Keeping an eye on all the big matchups on the ground. Boundary throw in now. Chevy Anderson in front position, got the tap down. East Ringwood rove it, trying to get it forward. Big tackle laid on that far side on Kinsella. And we'll get a ball up again right where we started, right in front of the Yarra Valley water signs.
All about playing defensive side of the ground, which is the far side if you're watching this game, and that's where they'll defend most of the afternoon.
Certainly right. Sam Walsh tried to barge his way through a tackle. Not going nowhere there, so we'll get another ball up. 7 coming up to 7.5 minutes gone first term. It's Balwyn 1-1-7-2 behind East Ringwood. Going forward here, East Ringwood in defence again, and I thought that was a mark, but it must have been touched. So we'll get a ball up inside 50. Dangerous spot here for the Roos.
Certainly is. They're looking to get their first score on the board. Little knockdown there by Fox. Got the fend away. The kick goes across the face of goal and through for 1 behind. So they're hitting the scoreboard but not hitting the big sticks early here at the home side. They are 3 behinds. Balwyn 1-1-7. Paul Yaconi on the stat centre.
Yeah, the inside 50 so far are 5-3 the way of Balwyn. That being said, every time East Ringwood have been in there, they've scored, but Balwyn have the 1 goal so far.
Lever took the kick. Still in that defensive arc. Short passes on. It was chopped off though. So another chance for East Ringwood to go forward. Can they get another scoring opportunity by going inside forward 50, as Paul said? Too many Tigers though there to slow things down for them. Anderson was on there. That was ignored. Instead, we've got running players out along the wing position using the grandstand side. Balwyn Smith will be the player to go up against this, wearing that familiar long sleeve Guernsey. Sees it over the boundary line, now to bounds right in front of the new grandstand out here at the Maroondah Sports Club, in front of the Brethren, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
A good start from Balwyn. They've been quite composed. East Ringwood have missed a couple of opportunities in the early stages of this game as the ball is brought back into play. The tap down favours really no one. Socket off the ground from East Ringwood. Falls into the hands here of Kane Turner, who pushes towards half forward. Great mark by Balwyn Smith just outside the forward 50. Goes inbound looking for Haley out the back. Well defended. And they're out here through Walsh. Walsh can take a bounce. He's got plenty of space. He's chased here by Charlie Haley. He's making up ground, Charlie. Got it off to a teammate there in Waitman. Under a lot of pressure here, the Roos. And they managed to get through it through Delaney. Turnover into the hands of Jake Sticker. They're going to load up again. Balwyn. The kick there cut off. It was a poor one. Silicon in defence here for the Roos. An important turnover will go right down the line. And that kick is just not well timed and standing underneath it there. Well done. Thomas Davis got the handball off to Sticker and finds Wilson.
So Wilson in the middle of the park here. And a few leads through the guts. It's the way to go too. It's the right option.
You get the impression that neither side are prepared to kick it long down the line. They're looking for short options all the time.
Yep.
Well, they've got the neat skills to go with it a lot of the time as well. So as a kick this time goes out wide, just to go against what Ray just said, as a kick goes out towards the Cronje direction. Out there is James Ballo, who's given away a free kick, and he's not happy about it either. They're 2 kicks from home ball at the moment, trailing. They're leading by 4 points early in this game.
What I was alluding to, BWS, go down the line quickly. Don't wait until everybody gets down there.
Kick goes forward now. Who's going to be the flyer? The big pack forms at the fall. The ball. Delaney did well, got the quick handball away. Kick was smothered though, right in that deep forward pocket, the right-hand side, and we'll have a ball up just inside the line.
The other thing you've got to consider, though, is if you're going to go long down the line, you've got to have everyone pushing up. But the lateral kick sometimes can be the better option.
Fire throws it up. Tweedy got the little knockdown. The arms there of Farmer, who was quickly tackled. And he's been pinged for holding the ball. That seemed a little stiff. Turner was right on his case there. And he will receive the free kick, tugged right up against the boundary line. Get a few Bronx cheers from some Roos supporters behind him, Turner.
Didn't have much option to get rid of that, did he?
It was a tough one. He'll swing around now on the left boot, and he put this one through. What a sensational kick that was from the boundary line. That's an early contender for the Tobin brothers' goal of the day. Balwyn have 2, and they lead on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard by a very handy 11 points early in this game. 2-1-13. East Ringwood are 3 behinds.
Good presence of mind, Ray, just to go back and then put it onto the boot straight away. Didn't think about it for too long. Just knew that he had to get the ball onto his boot and have a shot for goal.
That's options all right, as long as you put it through.
But it's a bit of experience too, I think.
Paul, you currently in the stats centre?
Yeah, Balwyn's tackling pressure so far has been hot. 7 tackles to 3 in their favour.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, it's been at a really good intensity, the tackling of Balwyn.
Started off well, the Tigers. Chevy Anderson went up and wasn't able to get the hit out, but that kick from East Ringwood falls into the hands of Harry Wood at half back. Wood goes towards the far side, got a couple of one-on-one options. Charlie Haley flew. Walsh ended up with the footy, got the handball off to Benell. Benell goes backwards, and a bit of a dangerous kick, but it worked out well. It fell into the hands of Keedle. Well timed. He's got a player running forward for him, right in front of us, and a great mark there by McRae. Short kick over the top. Finds Waitman. Josh Waitman in front of the balcony here. Fair way out from home. Puts it towards half forward, and great mark in defence there from Glassborough for the Tigers.
He showed a bit of promise, the new player for Balwyn.
He certainly has.
Been
Short
so
kick
far.
forward to Wood. And their composure has been very good so far in the opening 12 minutes of this game, leading by 10 points. That kick was smothered. Close to the man on the mark. Getting the handball over the top to Glassborough. Under a bit of pressure here. Wood, his handball cut off. Now they go forward, the Roos. A mark at full forward, diving forward there. An excellent mark by Josh Fox, who can line up for the Roos first of the afternoon.
That's the value of playing in front, and getting back.
Yep. He had to dive forward in front of Josh Walker, and they need this one. They've had a couple of opportunities wasted in the early stages of this first quarter. You can't give Balwyn a lead. But Josh Fox has been impressive this season, coming to the club and making a statement up forward for the Roos. He lines up 15 metres out, 20 metres out, and that kick just holds its line, just sneaks through. 1-3-9 the Roos. 2-1-13, Balwyn 13, coming up to 14 minutes gone, first term, Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Feels like it's been hard work, Ray, for East Ringwood when they've got the ball forward, just not able to get the direct contest and matchups they want. But on that, the bit of luck's of fortune for Fox, who was able to take the mark and then go back and kick the goal. So they're off to and got that first goal, which they needed.
So we're waiting for a restart here. We're already told this one's going to be a close one today. As it comes out, Anderson overran it. There was no clear knockout. Turner got the little handball out. Charging his way through was Wise. He was quickly wrapped up. By Dan Beard said, we're not going to give that one away. Give it back to me, boys. So a restart here. In the ruck that time was Silicacan for the Roos. Ball hit the deck, another restart. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern is streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Silicacan went up again, the big man, and he had an opponent there in Smith to bring him down.
Around the grounds, relegation battle in Div 1. Wantirna South lead 3-3 to 2-3 Doncaster.
Anderson and Silicacan. Anderson got the knockdown. There's a lot of plays around this football, but linking up out wide, this might work out okay for Guymer. Got the handball over. Now the Roos are away on the right boot. Nicely done there by Waitman. Tried to keep the ball alive, and he did just that. McRae on the right boot drives the ball forward, looking for Lowson over the back there. Fox got a little handle on it. The Tigers trying to get themselves out and dropping the football. Umpire said play on. Still about 15, 20 metres out. In there was Weatherall. He got quickly wrapped up. It's a hot footy inside the 45. And we'll have a ball up.
Some good forward pressure there from the Roos.
By wasting no time to restart this one. Bouncing football. There's every bit of 20 players around this ball. It's going to be a difficult one to get out. They'll probably push it towards the boundary line, which is exactly what happens eventually. Preston sees it over. And let's have a boundary throwing 20 metres out from the Roos goal line.
Big opportunity here for the Roos.
Boundary throw in here. Tap down from Fox. As he said, it's a big opportunity, but we'll get a ball up. Stoppage inside.
But that's okay. You can have the repeat stoppages if you're the Roos at the moment.
Yeah. Well, they've certainly been able to get their game back on their terms in the last few minutes. Lyle got the handball forward. Or Anderson it was. Wood. Here's Balwyn Smith. Links up with a teammate there in Lever. They go forward. It's cut off now. A lot of plays behind the ball for Balwyn. And it's Wood again, who's had plenty of it early. Got the handball back, and they're under some extreme pressure on the boundary line. Balwyn Smith caught one high, but he has paid it. And that was against Mitch Farmer. Had a massive game a few weeks ago when we were out at Pat Wright Senior Oval for the King's birthday weekend. And Mark paid here to East Ringwood. Weatherill right on centre wing. Send East Ringwood forward again. Balwyn seem to have all the numbers in this pack of play. Walker's one of them. Tries to clear it out. Trying to get it to Lever. And it's a bouncing footy out of bounds. We've gone 17 minutes this first term. 2-1 to 1-3. Balwyn leading. Thanks for joining us, Radio East and 98.1 FM and Facebook and YouTube.
So eventually the ball's thrown back in. Little push on Anderson that time. The umpire said it was okay, so he said he played for that one. But holding the ball's been paid, and it'll be a free kick to the Tigers, this time against Exon. So Balwyn, a chance to weigh up their options across the half-back line. It's been a while since they've gone inside. Glasbarrow set a bit of the ball early for Balwyn, across the half-back. Winds up now. He's going to get a fair bit of purchase on this one as he kicks it up towards the wing position. Knocked away very nicely that time by Tristan Tweedy. In the front spot there was Jordan Lyle.
He's had a big impact since coming to the club, Tweedy. Been very good.
Sensational name as well. Right in front of us here in the broadcast position. Umpire throws the ball back in. Who's going to be able to work it out of the stoppage here? Preston was in there, quickly wrapped up. He's going nowhere. Two Tigers wrap him up and we'll have a ball up.
Around the grounds, Coldstream lead 5-3 to 2-3 against Donvale in a big clash.
So little handball out wide. And once again, it goes over and out.
So we'll keep you updated with all those scores around the grounds across the afternoon. Big round of football. Ball brought back into play here. Looking to get that. Turner got pushed off and fell aside as East Ringwood win out and finds Farmer. Mitch Farmer right in front of us. We'll send this one inside 50 and potentially could have marked that. Cronje, but punches it out of bounds on the full. And we'll get a boundary throw in at half forward for East Ringwood.
Just felt Farmer didn't lift his vision there. He just blazed.
Yeah, probably wasn't the best kick. Had a lot more time to make the option as the ball brought back into play here. Front position, no push. Getting the kick forward, McRae towards the top of the square, looking for Lowson, and he lays a big tackle. Ball comes out. Lowson trying to win this one. He's below. Lowson finds it, snaps it on the corner, and standing in the goal is Josh Walker for the Tigers.
Would have been some sort of a goal if you put that one. Paul Yaconi on the stats centre.
Yeah, Balwyn have taken 7 intercept marks in this first quarter to East Ringwood's 4.
Thank you very much, Paul. There was a 25-metre penalty. The kick by Walker. It's been chopped off nicely there by the skipper, James Bellow, on the right boot now. Just pokes the ball inside forward 50. It wasn't one of his best efforts. Handball back. Here's Glasbarrow working himself out of a phone booth to get the handball out wide. And he fed the target nicely there to Cronje, who wasted no time. He felt the pressure, and the kick was under pressure, and it went out of bounds on the full. So be a free kick to East Ringwood. They're 2 kicks from home here.
Yeah, just can't afford to dump kick it. It's costing them a lot, East Ringwood, when they go in. It's too easy to defend.
So whistles come, and just telling James Bellow that, you've got to come back across your mark here. You say 2 kicks from home, but you could almost roost it the whole way here as the kick goes right to the top of the goal square. And it's been fisted over. The target was Will McRae, 3 for 1 behind. Bendigo Bank scoreboard into time on here in the first term in the Eastland match of the round. Top of the table clash out here, and it's panning out that way too. It's a 3-point lead to the Tigers.
That's certainly right. 20 minutes gone, and East Ringwood have probably had most of the play in the last 10 minutes. As Balwyn trying to escape their back half. The mark taken here by Toby Lever. Looks to go in towards the corridor. Dangerous kick. It works out well. Finds Turner. Bouncing footy. He's got players over the top there in Nathan Oakes. Oakes inside 50 in the direction of Haley on the chest. He marks this, and he'll take his time and go back for a set shot about 40 metres out from home.
How often do you see that in football? One team will have it inside their 50 for 5 or 6 minutes. The other team take it down the other end and they're having a shot for goal.
Well, there's a bit of luck of fortune as well, because the kick in the middle wasn't too crash hot, but it just bounced its way through, so they'll take what they can get in that instant.
You're right, it was a risky kick, but it did pay off in the end. And Charlie Haley, who's had a massive season to date, will line up from 40 metres out. Bit of an angle. Haley's kick is too much to the right. So just a minor score. 2-2-14 Balwyn, 1-4-10 East Ringwood, 21 coming up to 22 minutes gone first quarter. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Callum Norris to bring the ball back in for East Ringwood. Just waiting for it to come back over, and he got it, and he took off too, and he ran every bit of 25 metres. So all of a sudden the kick goes up towards the wing position. Intended target out there was Wetherill. Couldn't take the mark, but he took it on the second bite and switched it nicely into the middle to Benell. Now they'll create the real switch here. Go the Roos. Little kick over the top. It's going to work out okay here. Put a bit of pressure underneath it there for Guymer to actually win the football. And he did just that, though. Sensational effort. Got the handball away. All of a sudden, the pack form is going to be difficult to get this one out. And eventually, the umpire, Dan Beard, will come in and bounce this one right in front of the interchange here, right in front of our boundary riders as well, who didn't had too much from in this first term. As the umpire throws it up. And
sorry, boys. Cherney just wants to come on. He's been on the bench for about 5 to 7 minutes, and he just yelled out, "Get someone, get me on!"
As the kick goes up towards the half-forward line, this might be an opportunity for him. As a nicely timed fist by Cronje sends the ball go over the boundary line and out of bounds. As we see Chris Cherney run onto the field now, stalwart of this football club. One of the favourite sons, there's no doubt about that. Umpire throws the ball in now. It's across that half-forward line for the Roos. Nice opportunity here for Benell, who kicks the ball up towards the Lelson and Fox direction, who dropped what he probably should have taken, Fox. That was a gimme in the end, and it would have only been 20 metres out from goal. You've got to take those ones as a forward. Through for another behind, Raymond.
He did everything but mark it, didn't he, BWS?
2-2 to 1-5. Balwyn leading. This kick out of defence is going to come right back. Or maybe not, because that kick from Wetherill is just right up in the air, didn't go anywhere, and punched over the line. So 24 minutes played in this first term. 1-5 to 2-2. Balwyn leading. Top of the table clash. Neither side has looked completely at their best, but both have had opportunities. Ball brought back into play. Probably East Ringwood have most play in this second half of the first quarter. Cleared out here from Lever in towards the middle of the ground. Got a bit of work to do, Wetherill. He's beaten here. Markovski got the handball off. Inside 50 they go. It's a 1-on-2 contest, and well done there by Tristan Tweedy. to come in and take the mark. And they'll chip it around, finding Trey Benell. Unfortunately, no Jamie Benell today.
Yeah, looks like he's got a long stint on the sidelines from the pre-match discussion.
But done a fantastic job with this round, and this kick out of defence, it's going to be a turnover right into the hands of Markowski, looking for Turner. He's
probably have a shot from here.
Probably just on his range. He's outside the arc, but it's probably
about
about
45
metres.
We said 45, Ryan, during the pre-game.
So Kane Turner, famous North Melbourne name, lining up from outside the arc to give Balwyn their third goal of the afternoon. It would be a great kick from here. Slight angle. Turner approaching. Slow run up as he comes in. He struck it okay, and it's gone well right, in fact, and that's no score at all. It's out of bounds on the full. So Balwyn still lead 2-2-14, 1-5-11 East Ringwood, 25 minutes played, first term Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Weatherall of the Jackson variety will be the player to bring the ball back in for East Ringwood. Beautiful kick too, every bit of 50 metres, long over the top there of his skipper's head, who tries to keep the ball alive. He trapped the fall, and he was quickly trapped as well. Pearce had him, who's kicked a goal in this first term for Balwyn. Umpire Dan Beard says, come and give it to me, boys, and I'll quickly throw this one up and let's restart it. In 3 or 4 minutes left to go in this first term. A goal now to either side would be pretty handy as Bowen Smith got the handball across. Turner got the knock on. He wanted just some valuable meterage, which he got as the ball goes up towards the 45-metre arc to be thrown in.
What East Ringwood have to be very careful now that Balwyn don't score a goal this late in the quarter.
So it is across the half-forward line for Balwyn. 4 scoring shots to 6, but the 4 leads at the moment with the 2 goals as Anderson over the top here. Smith got the handball away. Geez, he's got quick skills, doesn't he, Bowen Smith? He's silky as they come.
It's just instinctive what he does.
Yeah, you're spot on. And let's restart again. Pye throws it up. Anderson got the knockdown. Here's Markowski, got the right boot to it, kicks towards the top of the goal square. Haley was out position then, but it could have nearly bounced into his favour. The quick kick out by the Roos is a good one too, and it had to be marked, and it certainly was just in the nick of time as the siren sounds to announce quarter time out here. It's a pretty short quarter in the end, only 26 and a half minutes gone, but it's been a tight one from the get-go, and at quarter time it is the Roos and Tigers leading 2-2-14 to East Ringwood, 1 goal. Goal kickers on the ground, Kane Turner and Hunter Pearce for Balwyn, whilst for the Roos it is Fox with the only goal kicker. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 1 quarter down, 3 to go. We'll be right back after here to tell you about what happened in this game and all those important around the ground scores right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. East Ringwood Reserve, and it is a top-of-the-table Premier Division clash between Balwyn and East Ringwood. 2-2-14, the Tigers to East Ringwood 1-5-11. A massive game out here today. A lot of results across the divisions today will have future implications on the divisions ladders. Let's cross to some of those scores around the grounds before we get an interview down at ground level. We'll start at Premier Division. Norwood lead Doncaster East 3-2-20 to 2-5-17 the Lions. Noble Park, big first quarter from them against Berwick, 6-3-39 to Berwick, 1 behind. 5v6 in South Croydon taking on Blackburn, and Blackburn have the early lead 2-2-14 to 1-3-9. If Blackburn do win, they'll jump back into the top 5 at the end of the round. In Division 1, it is Mitcham leading Bayswater 3-1-19 to 2-2-14 at quarter time at Bayswater Oval. Still waiting for an update from Beaconsfield. In fact, we've got one. 2-2-14, South Belgrade lead the Eagles 1-4-10. Doncaster taking on Wanturna South. Wanturna South with a 1-goal lead early stages of that game. Montrose lead Park Orchards 3-8-26 to 3-4-22. And Mooroolbark lead North Ringwood 5 straight 30 to 3-4-22. Jumping into Division 2, some scores around the grounds. Baroni had the early lead, 3 goals, 10 though, very inaccurate, 28 to East Belwood, 1 behind. Lilydale have got the jump on Heathmont, 3 straight 18 to 1-4-10. 1-2-8 apiece between Ringwood and Waverley Blues. We talked about this game in the pre-game at Coldstream Donvale, and it is Coldstream with the quarter-time lead of 5-3-33 to 3-5-23. Surrey Park lead French Gully 2-1-13 to 1-2-8. And we're going to go down to the boundary because we have Blake Tennant.
Yes, I've just got Ben Osborne here. Ben, did you feel like the last 10 minutes you felt like it was a bit more on your terms, and Balwyn started the quarter pretty well then?
Yeah, they started really well, which we expected, and look, we were happy to match them. We obviously didn't put the score on the board, but yeah, we sort of played in their hands a little bit at times there by playing really slow with the footy, and they intercepted 8 times, and we've got to take that out of their game. They're very good at that.
And what's the improvements that do you feel like that is needed for the rest of the game? Obviously second quarter now, but what's the improvements for the rest of the day to get the 4 points?
I think, as I just touched on with the boys, we've got to take their marks out. Their chip mark game, and also just not bombing it to where their +1 is all the time. And they get numbers back really well, and then work it out with their quality midfield and half-back line.
No worries, Ben. All the rest of the game.
Boundary.
Thanks there to Blake Tennant. We've got also Josh Ward down on the boundary.
Yeah, Brenton Sanderson was a happy man at that quarter-time address. Singled out the defence for their work rate. Wants them to change the angles as much as possible, and under pressure to not look for the handball, for as many handballs as possible.
Thanks there to Josh Ward. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube. Let us know where you're listening in from. Giuliano from Brazil listening in today's 1v2 clash, and everyone in Brazil, I think, would be pretty interested in today's battle between East Ringwood and Balwyn. A lot to look forward to. Ben Warren-Smith to kick us off the second term.
The Euro summer's kicking in, boys.
That's it, as the umpire throws it up. Quick kick forward by East Ringwood up towards that half-forward line, getting underneath it and couldn't quite taking the mark. There was Farmer, was kicked upon by Balwyn. Scrambling kick up towards the half-forward line. Knocked away. Bowen Smith was there at the fall. The ball got the handball over the top. Now they're linking up well. Running into goal here is Sticker, who can put it through. Sticker And that's the start they were after. Balwyn. Any side would take it, but it didn't take too long. Within the first 30 seconds, Balwyn hit the scoreboard, and an important goal it was too, just to get that little bit of edge back as they lead by 9 points, half a minute into this second quarter.
That's a perfect start to the second quarter for Balwyn. The way they run that ball down the corridor, Spider, that's the way they want to play.
Well, that's the way they link up. They transition the ball so methodically, and that paid dividends for them. That's exactly what Brenton Sanderson wanted straight into the start of this quarter.
Certainly right. That's a perfect start if you're a Balwyn fan. 3-2-20 to 1-5-11. And back in the middle we go. Just a minute played in this second term. Back in the ruck again. Anderson gets the tap down. Balwyn Smith's first there, but he's going nowhere. Brought down to the ground. And we'll get a ball up. Well done there by Ryan Exon, who had a big game last week in the East Ringwood win over Doncaster East. We'll keep you updated with all the scores around the grounds as well across the afternoon. Going forward there, Exon bouncing forward. They link up nicely. Here's Bilo. Does a 360 and then kicks it straight towards Balwyn defender, and they'll go forward themselves, but it's back into the hands of Riley Wetherill. Has a couple of options in the middle of the ground. Chooses one. It's Kinsella. Kinsella loads up and towards their forward line, and Josh Walker uses his body well for the intercept mark.
Yeah, he made it look pretty easy there, didn't he, Walker?
Took Fox way out of it, didn't he?
Certainly did. Kick it up towards the Smith direction. Couldn't pull the mark down. They had the numbers at the fall of the ball, and the kick goes up towards the half-forward line now for Balwyn. They keep it moving quickly. Driving inside forward 50, getting back and into position A and taking a good mark was Tristan Tweedy, who read the ball nicely. Had nobody home there, really, for Balwyn to kick to then, so he had to blaze away. So Tweedy just takes off and gets every bit of 50 metres on the kick, and he's went straight into the arms of Bello, who takes off as well. The skipper on the right boot. He put himself under a bit of pressure in the end, so a bouncing football up towards the half-forward line. Did a little bit of a wrong and over Lowson's head. Coming in was James Gottliebson to see it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Boundary.
Cross down boundary side.
That's probably the only interest phase. I reckon James Bealo's gone this game. He's been followed pretty closely by Tom Wilson in that midfield.
Thanks there, Josh. On the boundary, doing a great job with Blake Tennant this afternoon. Ball brought back into play down to East Ringwood's end of the ground. Bouncing in front of Exon. He's able to make a contact, and we'll get potentially another stoppage down on the far side. Leading by 9 points to the Tigers, but East Ringwood have certainly had plenty of opportunities, and as the scoreboard reads, 1 goal 5. Haven't made the most of them. Trying to get this one forward. They're linking up. Wetherill on that far side will get another ball up. 3.5 minutes played, second term.
Something's on fire at the back there.
Yeah, they got that set up nicely from that far side. They get loud too down that end of the ground. Certainly when the Roos are up and about, which has been almost every game this year. Tap down, still going nowhere.
Boundary.
As we go down to the boundary, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, I was here a couple of weeks ago down for the big Twilight game, and there wasn't much cheering, of course, but when they did get an opportunity, boy, was it loud, boys. So could be in for a big one if the Roos can get up here.
Yeah, certainly right. They're going to be well and truly in this game, you'd imagine. This is going to be a close one. They're going to go forward now. They link up. The handball, a bit of a dangerous one. Into space. Balwyn have got all the numbers out here. Steaming through there was Jordan Wise, and they link up. Big tackle here laid by Wetherill, and they are awarded with the free kick. The advantage from Keedle will come back to Wetherill, who's about 70 from home. And it probably doesn't really work in their favour as much. It'll give a bit of time for Balwyn to set up. He's a long way out. Finds a leading player. Balwyn do well to cover him. Mitch Farmer's there. He'll lay the big tackle, and he's rewarded. It's a holding ball free kick. Mitch Farmer will take this. It'll be a tough angle if he's going to take the set shot. Tucked away on the boundary. About 40-45 out from home.
Great tackle.
Fantastic pressure from Mitch, and he's going to go back. He's a very tough angle from here. But I'll back him in. He'll line up. He'll just be kicking this right on the arc. Extends the angle a little bit, but it's never looking like it. And no score recorded East Ringwood will remain as 1-5-11. Balwyn 3-2-20.
Sometimes you wonder when you're in that scenario on the boundary line whether you should be trying to hit up a target.
So Jake Sticker, short pass on. Smith takes it. Been one of Balwyn's best so far in this game. Smith got it onto Wood. Weighing up his options. We kick it down the grandstand side. Right in front of us here is the big pack forms. Big fist over the back. Bouncing football. Will it stay alive? It will not. Just wrong and bounce across from Toby Lieber. Sees it over and out. So throw in here. 9 points is the margin. It's a Balwyn lead here.
They're prepared to keep playing this defensive system and game, Balwyn, but it's really paying off for them.
Pyer throws it in now. Having a fresh air shot there was Chevy Anderson, and ball going nowhere. Exon to hand the ball back to the umpire. Rucks to go at it again. Weatherall, Anderson. Anderson sort of flicked it back then. Smith was there. Got the quick kick up towards the half-forward line. Lyle got boot to ball, got the ball back. Did pretty well, the big man, just to keep the ball alive there. Got the handball away to Oakes, who's got the short pass on. It didn't hit the target, but Sticker was there. Sticker on the left, goes up towards the half-forward pocket. Or the left-forward pocket, I should say. And it was a good kick too, and the mark has been taken right on that boundary line. Another chance for Balwyn to have a shot on goal here. So the mark has been taken out there by Hunter Pearce, who's already kicked one in this game. Only from 5 metres out, makes no mistake, and Balwyn again extend their lead out here to 15 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 4-2-26 to 1-5-11.
They're just working harder at the moment, Ray, I feel, Balwyn, just moving with the ball movement, but prepared to move it at slow down the ground. They're not there with their method, and they're frustrating East Ringwood at the moment.
And every time East Ringwood get the ball, they are getting crunched. You say, they're under more pressure than what Balwyn are.
Boundary.
Apologies to Tommy Davis, who was the player who kicked that goal. I got the 6 mixed up with the 8 there. So it's not 2 goals to Hunter Pearce, it's a goal to Thomas Davis. We won't go boundary side because I bet that's what they were going to say as the ball's back in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, that's right. Chevy Anderson got the tap down, follows his good work up. Wise is there for the Tigers. Big tackle laid by Bowen Smith, who's stamping his authority on this game. The kick forward's cut off by East Ringwood, and they're going to move the ball to the far side. Norris finds his target in Trey Benell. Hasn't got much on, has a short option, which he'll use on that far side, and they now go down the line looking for Bilo. Bouncing footy out of bounds. Now we'll go boundary to Josh Ward.
I'll just turn my mic off for a second there. I wasn't going to correct about the goal. I was just focusing on the delivery inside 50. Balwyn are really on top in that delivery inside 50, whereas East Ringwood, they're just bombing it inside as they have done for most of the contest.
Yeah, it's dump kicks that have been a problem for the Roos.
Let's see what they can do to change this up. Ball brought back into play. Anderson got the tap down. It's been pretty good so far this afternoon. A big hit from Benell. Could have been on Anderson as well. Big collision there on that far side. Ball to be brought back into play. 4-2-26 to 1-5-11. 9 minutes gone, second term. Tigers have done most of the attack in this quarter. East Ringwood probably haven't looked great going forward themselves. Trey Benell gets the handball off, and now they go to a one-on-one. Instead, that ball as a shot on goal, and it's a minor score, 1-6-12. So just wasting opportunities, East Ringwood, 4-2-26 Balwyn.
Yeah, the clearances so far are 3 apiece, and the inside 50s are 5-4 the way of East Ringwood, but Balwyn are taking their chances at the moment.
No, the kick comes out now, looking for Glasborough, who had the front spot. It was knocked away from him at the fall of the ball. Wise got the handball out, nicely done there by Sticker. Back to Wise on the right boot, goes out towards the wing, bouncing football over. She goes for a boundary throw-in.
1 touch for Blake Tennant.
Five-time junior premiership player, Blake Tennant.
Do you think he's Dermy?
Umpire, please, BWS.
Oh, sorry, umpire. Yeah, well, that doesn't count then, does it?
It was underage premier, remember?
Comes out now. Nice little handball that time by Preston. Got the handball back. East Ringwood go forward through Weatherall, inside forward 50, bouncing football. Fox was there. got away from him. Strong tackle that time by Silikikin. It's not rewarded. McDermott brought to ground and will have a ball up.
So what can they do here, the Roos? Only 14 points, but just haven't really used any of their opportunities. And Dan Beard will say, give it to me.
But they're not
Ball it
being
up
allowed
again.
to run, Ryan. I think that's the key to this ball. And are just so defensively tight on them, particularly at stoppage.
I agree there. Trying to run through there was Waitman, caught by 2 Tigers. No free kick
the
awarded.
tackling has been enormous.
Yeah, pressure around the football has been fantastic from Balwyn. It's the reason why they're the number 1 side in the division, in the competition. They cleared this one, bouncing out, and they've got numbers here. Running onto this one, the handball over the top there from Oakes was a good one. And they'll go inside 50 through Pearce. 1-on-1, Charlie Haley out the back. Haley's going to run in and kick a goal. And the Tigers have goal number 5. He loves those scenarios, does Charlie Haley. And the Tigers move to 5-2-32 to East Ringwood 1-6-12. 11.5 minutes played second term. 20-point lead to Balwyn. And they're in control now.
When they get that transition run going, the Spider down the corridor, and they look really good ball when they get that going.
They do, and that's classic stoppage play as well. You win the stoppage, then you set your transition method up.
And when the ball's up the other end, they have smothered Lawson too. He's hardly had the ball at all.
Yeah, they've just crowded him, which is they haven't given him the space to work into.
No.
When did Mars bars get so small as well? As the
Your
umpire
hands
very
are-
quickly.
And they're packed in paper.
Your hand and
They're in
mouse got
paper
a
as
bit-
well.
Your mouse got a bit bigger, mate, that's all.
Guymer across the half-forward line will have a ball up. 2.5 forward here for East Ringwood. They need the next one. There's no doubt about that. They trail by 20 points here. Rucks go at it. Weatherall was in the front spot. Couldn't trap it. Little kick out of the stoppage there, but is quickly trapped upon there by Benell. Goes inside forward 50. Here's a go for the Roos. Good mark there.
That's a strong mark.
That's a strong mark by Lawson, who takes it about 20 metres out. He's been relatively quiet so far in this game. We'll say very quiet by his standards, but he'll have a chance to kick that all-important goal for East Ringwood.
Just hadn't been given that space, but on that occasion was able to get into the spot to
But
take
the ball
mark.
came in quicker that
Quicker,
time,
correct.
Spider. That's
That's
what
right.
they've got to do. Get it in there quick.
So Lawson comes in now. You'd expect nothing else than a 6-pointer by the big forward, and it didn't look good as soon as it hit the boot. Pushed it to the right-hand side, and another let off. Kicked a lot of behind so far in this game. 7 in
felt like a
back on the
lazy
Bendigo
kick.
Bank scoreboard. Yeah, it didn't look right going in.
Yeah, that's right. Some scores around the grounds. Fair Park look to make it 3 in a row. 8-4-52 to Warrandyte 3-3-21. And Oakley have a 12-point lead over Sylvan. As out here, the margin is 19 points, but feels a little bit more at the moment. That kick out of defence, looking for Bowen Smith. And we'll get a ball up on that far side, 1-7-5-2. Just, you'd expect someone like Sam Lawson to kick that. As we look to go out here through James Bello. Got it off to Benell. Back to Bello inside. Looking for a target there. Ball didn't go too far. Cut off by Pearce. And we're going to get another stoppage again. 13 coming up to 14 minutes gone second quarter. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, the home of local football, and our Facebook and YouTube streams. Free kick here has been awarded to Bowen Smith, who's been massive around the contest this afternoon so far. Another Tiger who's had a great season. Doing a bit more of the workload without Urban here today. Godleapson. Out in front of the fire in the back pocket. Short kick forward's a dangerous one. 8 stick of work for it. Still ended up with the footy. Took the mark on the chest. Out at the half-back line for the Tigers. They've slowed this right down. 14.5 minutes gone second term. Down the line. Looking for Lyle. Bounce out of his hands and into Bowen Smith's hands. Got Benell following him closely. We'll get another stoppage far side.
They're not giving anything at the moment, the Tigers. Not giving him looks, which is really important, the way that they're playing with this method.
Yeah, as the umpire throws it up, brings it down, and we'll have another restart. Shout out to Wayne Brusher, who's watching from home today, not feeling the greatest in the last few days. We hope you get well soon, Brash. It's not the same without you. The umpire throws it up, knock away and over. Preston sees it over for the Roos. 15.5 gone here in the second term. 5 goals 2 to 1 goal 7. Very handy 19-point lead to the away side today. The Tigers are on top of the table. Most of the media team picking East Ringwood. Me and Ray staying strong with the Balwyn Tigers.
I think I did Balwyn.
Did you?
Yep.
Oh, you did too. Did you?
No.
Sure?
He thinks it now.
I don't think he did at all. As it comes in now, kicked by Preston. Goes into the forward pocket. It was wide. It was too wide. It's not where you want to be leading as well, but that's where Lowson was. Over the boundary line and out of bounds on the full. So, keeping that pressure, the Tigers pushing their opponents wide. They'll happily do that all afternoon as the kick goes up towards the wing position, then slammed on the boot up towards the half-forward line. They've got the run of it here and might work out okay for Markowski, who had to just try and trap the football in there. Was Ballo, though, of the Dillon variety. He hit the deck. The umpire comes in and will ball this one out. So very frustrated supporter out there.
That was good play by East Ringwood then, because Balwyn had all the run.
That's right. About 60 out from home. Throwing this on the boot was Riley Wetherill. Right up in the air. No one took the mark. Bouncing footy. Big tackle laid there by Preston. No free kick either way. Bilo runs onto it and goes into the direction of Lowson. Bounced off his chest. Still ends up with the footy. Takes on his opponent. Snaps around the corner and kicks the one East Ringwood needed.
Magnificent.
Sam Lowson kicks truly 2-7-19 to 5-2-32 Balwyn. 17 minutes played second quarter and couldn't take the mark but followed his efforts up, and what a snap that was to put that through.
That was a quality kick. Well, if you could get the right angle at it, he kicked that basically right over his left ear.
Yeah, that's absolutely
He
right.
screwed it way back.
And
Go
it's a
down
team
boundary
lifting
side.
goal.
Go boundary side.
Yeah, just heard a little bit of a trumpet going on down the down at that pocket there, boys. So they are up and about. So there you go.
A trumpet, you say?
Yeah, they've got a an air horn down there.
Oh, nice
That's an
one.
air horn, sorry, not a trumpet.
That's what you're usually blowing, your own one. Like,
Yeah, he was hearing that as well. That's all he was talking about. He didn't.
Sometimes you just walk into those ones, don't you, Ray?
Yes. Inexperience, it's called BWS.
Sure, Brush enjoyed that one as well as it comes down now. Knocked over the top there by Anderson. Another chance for the Roos to go forward. If they can get another one, it'll get them going, won't it? As a Kinsella goes goal, and Kinsella kicks a goal! And that's 2 in a row now for the East Ringwood side. And they are certainly up and about in the Eastland match of the round. Here they come, the Kangas.
Well, that's when they're at their best, Ray.
Yep.
East Ringwood, when they can get that stoppage straight and clearance and then move the ball fast straight into the forehand and kick a goal like that.
Paul Yaconi on the stat centre.
Yeah, East Ringwood are really starting to get on top in the clearances. 9-4 East Ringwood's way, and the inside 50s so far are 10-6, and the tackles are 10-8 East Ringwood's way.
Yeah, they certainly lifted their work of it in this quarter.
Yes, yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely right. Back to 7 points out here at East Ringwood Reserve. Back in the middle, they go again. They'll look to get the clearance forward. Big tackle laid, and we'll get another ball up. Silicon tackled there.
But it's
in the middle
amazing
of
when
the
you get
ground.
access to the corridor, what can happen.
Yeah.
Fortunes can turn around.
Anderson and Silicon going at this one. Kicked forward there by Farmer. Just a little poke kick. Running into this one. First was Kinsella. And they keep going forward. Important kick there from Wise just to clear it out. It's going to fall into hands of Dylan Benley. Couldn't take the mark he needed. Probably was looking right at the sun.
Yeah, that was it looked basic, but it was the sun staring straight.
Yeah, and that was bright. So there will be a ball up right in front of us, centre wing. Anderson gets the tap down. He's been pretty good, linking up there nicely. His sticker, kicking it into space. Giving Markowski a bit of work to do. Lays the tackle though. Does well. Charlie Haley gets the handball over the top. Here's Markowski. Did a 360 spin and dropped the ball. It still ended up with it. Kicked it away. And East Ringwood out of defence here. Trey Benell on that boundary line. Darting kick.
Yeah.
Finds Mitch Farmer.
So Farmer picks himself up. They've got a switch on here. They decide to go for it. Farmer didn't entertain the thought. Spearing kick though. All of a sudden, you just feel like East Ringwood have got a bit of pep in their step as the kick goes inside forward 50. Big flyer over the back. Bello got the hand ball out towards his teammate there in Fox, who tried to keep the ball alive. Got it back to McRae, who was pushed over the boundary line. And we'll have a boundary throw in.
You were dead right, BWS. Just a little swing in momentum in the last few minutes.
7 points is the margin, 32-25. Game has certainly come alive a little bit, hasn't it? So kick goes in towards the middle of the ground. Which way is this one going to bounce? It could open up for either side here, and it might just do that for the Tigers. The scrambling kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Getting out in position A, and little handball over the top there was Haley, who's come out from the goal line. Kick off the ground. It's been by Josh Wise, and has gone too far. It's gone out of bounds on the full. So it'll be Norris to bring the ball back into play for East Ringwood. He's got a short option on in Delaney. He eventually uses that. So Delaney might go back to Norris, and he does. Norris has got Walsh further afield by himself, which I'm pretty sure he'll go to. He does. The kick was just a little bit too high. He took it on the second bite, and the second bite was over the line, so out of bounds it is. A little bit sloppy
Great
there.
umpiring to call that.
Yep, doing his job. Bringing the ball back into play now. 60 metres out from the ball and goals. Anderson got pushed out of it that time there by Weatherall. Pye said it was okay. The kick goes up towards the half-forward line. But it was 3 Tigers versus 1 Kangaroo. And Tigers through, I think it's Turner. Kicks the ball up towards the wing position here. In the front spot there was Weatherall. In the fall of the ball, the kick goes forward by Balwyn. Bouncing football. Went on the half volley that time, still across that 50-metre zone. Diving on top of it was Walsh. Little quick kick out there by Court in towards the Haley direction. Somehow got the handball away. Needed some support there. Who's going to be there to pick the ball up? Nobody's home. And we'll have a ball up about 20 metres out from the ball and goals.
Not a lot of prettiness about that entry into the forward 50, but at least they got the ball. Bit of meterage there and got it down to where. And now it is very dangerous.
Tigers leading by 7 points here, closing in on half-time. East Ringwood trying to clear this one out. Fell through the hands there of Kinsella. Under pressure, the handballs from Balwyn. Tucked deep in the pocket there, got Leafton. His kick was smothered, punched forward. And a free kick's been awarded here. Dan Beards made the call, and he doesn't miss anything. And it's coming back to James Belo. Out at half-back here for the Roos. Will go as far as he can. 1-on-2, everyone flew, no one stayed down. Running onto this one first was Wood, got the handball away. And they link up through the middle now. Got plenty of players out. Bowen Smith had his arms out looking for it. Instead goes to Oakes. Oakes for the Tigers, going deep into attack. It's a 1-on-2. Charlie Haley versus Tristan Tweedy. Haley ends up with a footy. He's tripped as he tried to get back up. And he earned himself a free kick.
Yeah.
And the Master will have another set shot on goal.
Just a bit of experience there.
He's already got one this afternoon. All single goal kickers for Balwyn in this first quarter. Plays on, snaps on the right, and no one's there at home to stop it. Charlie's got 2, and Balwyn have 6. 6-2-38 the Tigers. East Ringwood 3-7-25. 24 minutes played on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the second term.
I want to go back to when the ball was here. Walker left his man and went to a marking contest where there was already 2 Balwyn players to 1. If that ball had come out over the top at the right direction, his opponent was off and running.
Yep. Yep, no, it's an interesting observation there, Ray.
Yep.
Steadying goal there for the Balwyn side. They needed that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Great obvious.
38 plays 25 as we cross the 24-minute mark of this second term. Couple of minutes to go. Can East Ringwood peg one back? And can Balwyn just all of a sudden keep the lead that they had at quarter time as the kick goes up towards the Weatherall direction? He got beaten by the football. Markowski's done well for Balwyn. Kick inside looking for Haley. It bounced away from him. Now East Ringwood a chance to get it out, and they've got some numbers too. Bouncing football. Does it sit up for Kinsella? It does. He darts around. He wants to go back inboard. It's a risky kick, but he had support there. Nicely done by Exon in the middle of the ground. He coughed it up though. It was an absolute shocker. Turner was in there, but they might get out of this danger zone just yet. Court was in there. He's not going to get pinged. You can hear the fans screaming for it. The umpire comes in to bounce it right in front of us here, right in the centre square. 25 gone now. 13 points is still the margin. Little flick kick over the top. That might work out okay here because Exon was running onto it. In fact, it was Preston, and he's been quickly held up, and we'll have a ball up right in the centre here. Out at East Ringwood. Well done by Anderson just to steal it out of the ruck and then thump the ball inside forward 50 or thereabouts. He was looking for Davis, couldn't quite take the mark. He's still got a chance though at the fall. Oakes is in there as well. They tried to keep the ball alive. East Ringwood breathed a sigh of relief and will have a bounce 45 metres out.
26 minutes gone. Ball up inside 50 for the Tigers. They're going to get the clearance here, the Roos. They get the handball out looking for Kinsella. Under a lot of pressure. Bowen Smith's there. Can't quite pick it up. They handball backwards and they end up with it. Sticker sends him inside 50 towards the top of the square, and standing in front there, Trey Benell. In fact, that's Tristan Tweedy. That's a big mark for the Roos coming up to half time. They trail by 13 points. Wouldn't want to give away another one, because Charlie kicked the last goal of the game. No mark taken by Keedle there, and they'll see it out of bounds. 3-7 plays 6-2. Top of the table clash. We've got 3v4 tomorrow, which we'll be covering out at Seabeck Oval. 5v6 today out at Cheong Park, and Blackburn lead that game in the first half at the moment by 20 points. Ball brought back into play here. Tap behind. Trying to get forward there was Wilson. James Below wrapped up by Noah Lever, and we'll get a ball up just outside 50 for the Tigers.
It's got to hold strong here, East Ringwood.
Yeah, can't afford to give anything away, can they? Weatherall took it out of the ruck. Couldn't get boot to ball. Umpire said play on and holding the football, or a free kick going the way of the Roos. They'll take that one. Not too sure what that was for. Oh, getting himself in some sort of a position there was Kinsella. It was pretty awkward in the end. Linking up nicely though, Lever. Little handball out wide. Ball and go forward once again. What have they got at the fall? The ball. Nicely done, hands and knees there was Nolan. He did well just to keep the ball in there. And had some support as well, and we'll have a ball up 55 metres out from the ball and goals. Ed Court picks himself up. Once again, Anderson and Weatherall give that one to Anderson. Charging his way through there was Preston. Did a little pirouette, went after it again. On the left boot, goes up towards the half-forward line. The numbers are back, though, for the Balwyn side. Probably could have taken the mark and probably should have, but it doesn't matter because the siren sounds to announce half-time out here at the Maroondah Sports Club, and it's a great game. We're seeing the top of the table clash on the Eastland match of the round. It's Balwyn and East Ringwood, and it's Balwyn going in as leaders at half-time, 6-2-38 to East Ringwood, 3-7-25. Major goal kicker on the ground is Charlie Haley. He has a double for Balwyn, while singles to Turner, Sticker, Davis and Pearce. Single goal kickers, though, for the East Ringwood side with Lawson, Kinsella and Fox. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern. Streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. One half down, one to go. We'll come back and hear all those important around the ground scores as you go local for your footy right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve for the top of the table Premier Division clash between East Ringwood and Balwyn. And out here at half time, it is Balwyn leading 38-25, a 13-point lead going into half time. And I'm joined, Ryan Long, joined by Blake Tennant and Josh Ward. Blake and Josh, you were down at the boundary, and it's been an interesting game. It's been close at times. Balwyn probably had most of the play in the first quarter and a bit, and East Ringwood wasted some opportunities. But 2 quick goals before Charlie Haley's last one got them back into the contest, got a bit of excitement around the guys because they've missed some easy opportunities.
They definitely have. You know, I felt like it's a table of twists and turns, this game, really. Like, if you saw the first quarter, it was probably the last 10 minutes, it was all East Ringwood. And then, you know, Balwyn had the start, which is really crucial for them. And then Balwyn continued on, and then we saw a great goal from Sam Lowson. I think that's going to be in there for the goal of the day.
Tobin Brothers goal of the day, yep, contender for sure.
In there, and then Haley's 2-goal quarter, which is going to be crucial for them in the back end, I reckon. With those 2 goals that he's kicked, he's put him in a good, steady position. But if East Ringwood could kick straight, could be a bit better for the Roos, but it's going to be hard to tell in this second half, which is going to be great.
Yeah, that's right. And Charlie Haley, Josh, has been, I still think he's the most exciting player in the Eastern Football Netball League, and particularly when he gets going and how dangerous he is. They love to isolate him there. He got the one-on-one and over the top, worked his opponent over and was able to run into a goal. The other one just made the most out of a sort of a nothing opportunity. But probably their pressure from the Tigers, particularly in defence, has been really strong, and something that has stopped East Ringwood from probably playing their brand of football across the day.
Yeah, and that's something that Brenton Sanderson singled out at the quarter-time address, just that pressure and forcing East Ringwood to just bomb it inside 50. It was all about fixing up their delivery inside 50 for Balwyn, which is what they did. I mean, Charlie Haley did get into the contest in that second quarter, but I still found towards the end, like Damon Delaney started to get slightly on top of him, winning a couple of one-on-ones there, which will boost his confidence. They're still doing well on 2-on-1s with Tristan Tweedy coming back onto him. So obviously he's getting a fair bit of attention, but it's to East Ringwood's credit. Balwyn's credit. He still kicked 2 goals, and they're still in the front here, Blake.
Yes, indeed, and. You know, judging what I feel like, Balwyn's midfield has been very good this game. I feel like they're getting on top of the Roos, especially that first bit of the game, and then probably that second bit of the game where Balwyn got on top of things as well, Josh.
And during that period where East Ringwood kicked back goals quickly, Mitch Farmer was moved into midfield and James Bearlow was thrown up forward. Bearlow is being tagged by Tom Wilson, so maybe push him up forward, put Mitch Farmer into the midfield, because I thought there were a couple of plays when he was in midfield that he was pretty good in. Right?
Yeah, certainly right. We're going to go to some scores around the grounds as well. Let's start in Premier Division. The other big game is 5v6 in South Croydon taking on Blackburn with the top 5 spot up for grabs, and Blackburn have done all the work in the first half. 6-5-41 lead South Croydon 2-6-18, so that's a big start for them, Josh.
Yeah, that certainly is, and it'll be interesting to see if they can keep it up against an informed Bulldogs side.
That's right. Noble Park lead Berwick 8-6-54 to Berwick 2 behinds. Doncaster East 7-7-49 to Norwood 4-2-26, Josh.
I was about to say, I think Ray might have picked Berwick yesterday in the weekend.
Well, make sure to
forecast.
remind him because he is well and truly off on that one. Mitcham in Division 1 lead Bayswater 6-5-41 to 3-5-23. Beaconsfield versus South Belgrave at half-time. 2 points in it. 4-4-28 South Belgrave to Beaconsfield 3-8-26. And they're missing a few players, including Brandon White, a couple of other of their key players. So good effort in the first half from Beaconsfield. Doncaster versus Wanturna South. It's been Doncaster in the second quarter getting on top. 7-6-48 to Wanturna South 6-3-39. Wanturna South win, they'll be off the bottom of the ladder. Yep. If they lose, it'll be very hard to avoid relegation this season. Montrose take on Park Orchards, and at halftime, Park Orchards 8-5-53 against an inaccurate Montrose side 5-11-41. A 12-point lead there. Murrelbach a similar lead over North Ringwood, 9-1, 55 to 6-5-41. That's a non-negotiable for Murrelbach. If they're any chance of playing finals this year, just have to win that one. Let's jump into Division 2. A game out at East Burwood Reserve between East Burwood and Bronya. Bronya lead 9-14, 68 to 2-3-15 East Burwood. Lilydale versus Heathmont. Lilydale with a 7-point lead, and look at the Jets. 2 goals, 12-24 to Lilydale 5-1-31. And they're one of those sides who, again, non-negotiable, have to win that if they're any chance of playing finals. And you can't kick 2 goals, 12 in the first half and expect to get away with it. Ringwood versus Waverley Blues. I'm not sure if this is updated, but it's 1-4-10 apiece. I'm sure there's been a few more goals kicked since then. Division 3, some interesting results in this division. Having a look. Coldstream at the moment, they were in front. They now trail by 3 points, 6-3-39 to 6-6-42. We're about to go to an ad break in a second, but we'll keep going through those scores. Surrey Park 5-2-32 to Ferntree Gully 1-3-9. Knox, big lead over Upper Ferntree Gully, 8-6-54 to 1-1-7 Upper Gully. That's disappointing from Upper Gully, Blake.
Yeah, so I did tip Knox, so I think Upper Gully aren't going too well.
Not by that margin is surprising. Oakley District, 7 points in front of Sylvan, 7-6-48 to 6-5-41. Fair Park are looking to make it 3 in a row, 9-7-61 to 3-5-23 Warrandyte. And that would put them pretty much out of the relegation conversation. The reserves of Waverley Blues, good story, win their first game of the season over Ringwood, 39 to 21. And we're actually just now joined by Jamie Benell. And it's great to have Jamie Benell join us here at half time. Jamie, thanks for joining us and giving up some time. It's great to have you. Unfortunate that you're not playing today. We would love to see you out there, but great to see the initiative that the club has done and organised through you.
Yeah, it's been awesome. It's been a good day so far. Good game of footy as well. I think a big part of me coming to East Ringwood was me bringing in the cultural stuff and NAIDOC round, similar to what I did at Norwood, and the club was all for it and backed me in, and it's a special place to be when clubs are backing you in like that, and you can have a bit of free range and do what you need to do for the community as well.
It's been a big week with Norwood and South Croydon in the last few years having the NAIDOC round, and obviously you had a massive involvement in that, and you've been able to bring this to East Ringwood, as you said, and the jumper looks fantastic. Are you able to share a bit of a story on the jumper and what it does represent?
Yeah, the jumper came about. Me coming here from the first year, I wanted to incorporate the whole football club and everyone that plays a part in it, but also recognise our First Nations players, as in me, Trey, Tweedy, and Nikita, who plays in the women's team. So I guess it stems from the rings in the background, the supporters, everyone that makes up the football club, to individually recognising us for First Nations players, and then we roll into our premierships and our past as well. So it's a bit of everything in the jumper.
Yeah, it is, which is great. And speaking of the supporters and all that, I feel like everyone's getting into this as well, getting involved, learning as well. You had a cultural session the other day. Do you feel like East Ringwood is definitely a very good community club and learning as well, which is a great initiative by yourself and also the club? How have you seen that transpire during the week and culture session as well?
Yeah, the cultural session came about. The thing when I came to the football club, they always had this thought in the background of doing it, but they wanted to do it the right way. So when I came in, I don't do things half-assed, so I wanted to do it the right way. So we did a cultural session, gave them a bit of a background of our Australian history and things we don't learn, and then flowed into the jumper and gave them the background of the jumper and I guess all the story that comes with it. So the club's been fantastic for me, Trey and Tweedy as well. Started at Norwood, and to see the progression over the years now with more clubs being involved, it's something I hold very closely to my heart.
And seeing all the East Ringwood sides wearing the jumper as well, it must be pretty special to see them wearing it.
Yeah, it is. It's awesome. It's awesome to see just what it represents for myself, but our people as well, to see these boys run around in the jumper and wear it with pride and put on a good game of football. It's great to see.
And you had your kids involved in the pre-game with the smoking ceremony. That must be also pretty proud for you as a father to be able to share that experience.
Yeah, the youngest one jumped up in the middle. He wanted to be involved with his cousin up the front there. So I'm all for that. My boys are on a journey as well and learning about that culture and who they are and where they come from as well. So any opportunity they get, they jump at it, which is great.
And how receptive has the boys been at East Ringwood? Obviously learning themselves, and we're still in the same boat. We're still learning every year, and getting to share these opportunities. It's really great for everyone involved.
Yeah, again, the footy club's been awesome, but the playing group have been fantastic. Straight, as soon as I told them about it, they were all for it. Couldn't wait for it. But more so, getting the education behind it, which was important to them, to know why they're wearing the jumper, what it's all about, what NAIDOC week is. So they've been fantastic.
We'll let you go in just a second, but just on yourself, obviously still playing with Trey this year, which must be pretty special for yourself. And just for everyone listening at home, how's it all tracking? When will we see you next back on the field?
There's still a plan. We're fingers crossed still. I had surgery 3 weeks ago, so we're 3 weeks post-op. Yeah, it's just a wait and see week by week now, but there's no line through my name yet.
Finals, maybe?
Yeah, that's a plan, but whether we get there or not, I know our boys are going well. They're playing some good footy at the moment, but for myself, it's just a week-to-week progression. And then once we get to the point in, we'll see how we go.
Jamie, it's a pleasure to have you on. We'll let you go. The second half about to go down. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for sharing that today. It's been fantastic to see, and looking forward to seeing how the side goes in the second half.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Jamie Benell there from the East Ringwood Football Club. Their NAIDOC jumper today, and looks outstanding. If you want to find out more information on it, you can check out the East Ringwood Facebook page. And Lee, we might just go straight through and jump into this second half.
I think so, yeah. Not quite enough time for an ad. We tried that last week, and
we had to start early.
Somehow they came out and they just went straight into the game.
Absolutely.
And we had to cut short.
We're going to have the boys on the boundary leave us at the moment as the rest of the call team rejoins me. Some scores around the grounds. Kilsyth 9 goals, 17 lead Forest Hill 4 behinds. And although the Zebras have not kicked a goal and conceded a total of 26 scoring shots, they have not given away a single goal to Justin Van Noonen, who is 2 goals away from 1,000. They're negating any impact he has. They don't care about losing the game. They're just not letting him get a goal. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. Some of those other scores around the grounds that we didn't quite get to. Whitehorse lead Nuttawading by a point, 3-13 to 5 straight. Making the most of their opportunities. The
out
Lions.
At the D?
Yes, out at the D, Springfield Park. And then the final game as well, Croydon North versus Churnside Park. We haven't had an update on that result, so we'll keep you updated.
Just quickly, me and Ray went into the rooms, the club rooms at half-time. It was a big crowd in there, wasn't it, Ray? And they ended up raffling off one of the jumpers as well, signed by the women's and some of the male players, and that went for 500 schmackers, didn't it, Ray?
$500.
I would have won that bid. I would, if I knew that was going on. I would.
Well, I tell you what, there's one tomorrow, and you're starting it off at $1,000.
Yeah, well, give it until the salary gets down to the EFNL. I'll tell you what.
Just don't tell Jess, Ray.
It's Ray's Roval Centennial.
So you say don't tell her, but you don't tell your partner. What, are you going to wear it to bed or something?
Well, I just don't tell her how much I'm going to spend on it.
Oh, okay.
And who was it who used to wear? Who was it who
I'm
used
only
to wear,
buying it if you sign it.
Who was it who used to wear their Brownlow medal to bed as well?
Well, Kevin Murray wears his everywhere.
That's right.
He does, yeah.
Josh Ward on the boundary.
Well, I was about to say just why it was so busy. I'm guessing it was because fast-paced day, I believe, at East Ringwood.
That's right. As we get started for the third quarter here, Ben Warren-Smith to take us into the second half.
So the umpire throws the ball up, and it's a quick start here for East Ringwood as they drive the ball forward. Inside forward 50 they go. There might be a bit of holding here. McRae had the front spot, and he was being wrapped around. So it'll be a quick start here if he can put this one through, Will. And all of a sudden the margin could be back to 7 points. So quick start there. What they want, East Ringwood, coming into this second half. You feel like the home side can get a couple in a row. The momentum of the game may swing. Got the feeling of a real close one, this one. We were talking about that at half time. Well, Turn your mic on, Spider, as Will McRae comes in now.
Okay, mate.
40 metres out, keeps it low and hits the pine. It helicoptered its way almost back through the big sticks, but through for another minor score. 1 minute gone here in this third term.
That's a huge miss. A huge miss.
Yeah, well, you've got to kick those ones when you're 40 out directly in front.
Yeah.
2-goal margin now. The kick goes out towards the Wise direction. He had the front spot. That was good jukes to take that mark. Strong grab.
He's had a fantastic season, Wise. You look, every week is in the best players.
Yeah, very impressive, particularly a few weeks ago against Noble Park, but once again has followed up.
And he thumps the ball up towards the Lyle direction. He was the biggest man in that pack at the fall of the ball there. Sticker might have been the one to retrieve it. He almost won the football. Snap around the body by Lever. Inside forward 50. He goes for Balwyn. Knock away. Running on top of it. Going in there also was Davis. Might be a free kick paid to East Ringwood here. And it will be just that. And it'll be Tweedy to take it in the back pocket. So Tristan Tweedy switches the play. And the Roos are off. So Weatherall, the Jackson variety. What's that half back line? 2 minutes gone here, 2-goal margin. Keeps it very close to that boundary line. It was going to make it difficult for anyone to take that mark over. She goes for a boundary throw-in.
So a couple minutes played in this third term, 3-8 to 6-2. East Ringwood well and truly in this contest, just 2 goals in it. Thanks for joining us, Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, the home of local football. Our Facebook and YouTube streams. As this ball brought back into play, tapped down. Chevy Anderson pulls it away. Here's James Below, just gets his handball away. He was caught high by Wilson, who's doing a good job on him so far. The kick forward, they link up. Turner, the Tigers, getting this off to Glasgow. The handball out, put his teammate there in Cronje under a lot of pressure as he's tackled out of bounds. Another boundary thrown in that far side. Very important for the Roos to get a quick start in this third term. Already missed one opportunity. Umpire throws the ball back into play. Punch forward there from Anderson. Running onto this first is Cherney. A massive milestone game for him this afternoon. Still on that far side, 3.5 minutes played third term. We'll keep you updated with those scores around the grounds. The other big game in Premier Division, as we said, it's Blackburn leading South Croydon by 20 points. So of the live ladder, Blackburn back in the top 5 as East Ringwood go forward through Preston. And they link up nicely on the boundary. Preston receives it again. Short kick forward and finds McRae. Still a long way out from home. And he might decide to take the set shot. He'll be kicking from just outside the arc, which is probably about 45. Having a guess, and it's a very tough angle. So percentages would say this would be a difficult kick. But if he can put this through, he'll bring the margin back to 6 points. McRae comes in from outside 50. It's a good-looking kick. If it holds its line, it's touched just before it crosses over. So 3-9-27 the Roos go. Balwyn 6-2-38, 4.5 minutes played, third term.
Had a few early looks in this third term, the Roos. Got to capitalise.
So Sticker just takes off and gets a good amount of purchase on the football in towards the middle of the ground. He was looking for his teammate there in Davis. Lyle was in there as well. Running through Wise, got the handball out. That was good play. Gets it back in the middle now. Turner quickly wrapped up. Somehow got the handball out wide. And that's just worked themselves out of nothing there, Balwyn, but the pressure was still there from East Ringwood as the ball paddles out towards the edge of the centre square there. Stacks on the mill and we'll have a ball up. So the tempo's pretty high at the moment.
That was great pressure applied by East Ringwood in all those contests.
Well, Turner could have easily got away with that ball.
Comes out now, Cherney. Game 250 today, kicks it up towards the half-forward line. He got announced as a 250 game in the rooms at half-time, and it was announced to buy and make sure that everyone buys him a beer after the game, so he could be in for some sort of a night if he walks into that room. If everyone sticks to that. It looks like he can hold down a few as well. Umpire throws it in. It was a shallow toss in that time. Handball out. Quick kick this time by Benell. Goes up towards the half-forward line. Sensational mark. It almost looked like there was going to be a little bit of holding played there on Farmer, but the class act that he is, Mitch, took the mark anyway, and he'll probably have a shot from here. He can certainly kick the distance. We're right behind him, but he's going to poke it forward. It was a risky kick. There was 4 Tigers there. He was looking for Lawson, who was obviously the main target, but just not against that many opponents. And now to be Sticker on the right boot just to kick it out. Weatherall had the front spot, took the mark though. So East Ringwood again go in towards the Lawson direction. He was a flyer. And give away a free kick as well. I think that was Fox that time. It was, and he's given away a free kick, and it'll be Kane Turner to be the recipient for Balwyn.
There's got to be better communication between the East Ringwood forwards. A couple of times just getting in each other's way. Got to give themselves a bit of separation.
They've had 6.5 minutes of dominating this quarter without getting a goal, and you just know eventually it's going to come the other way. As Balwyn takes the mark here, Thomas Davis out of defence, sending it towards a teammate on broadcast wing. 2 Roos fly, and standing at the bottom was Josh Wise, who mopped up the mess. The kick forward, bounced through the hands of Delaney, did well enough to get the handball away, and they've got players out. This might work out all right. Waitman's there, taps it forward, cut off though. Well done there by Glasborough. As they look to go inside 50, the Tigers looking for Oakes, and well done in defence. Taking a big mark.
How important was that stop by Glassborough then?
Absolutely. They were out, weren't they, Ray?
They were off.
They go again towards us. 2 Roos fly up against Gottliebsen. No one really wins out. Anderson may have threw it, tapped it out smart, I guess. Wise got it back to Anderson. Quick kick forward, cut off by Cherney. And I thought Beard was going to go for he wound it up. It was just a ball up. Yeah. So 7.5 minutes gone. Balwyn 6-2, East Ringwood 3-9.
Anderson got the knockdown. Cherney at fall the ball, got the clearing kick away, bouncing football, gained about 30 metres over the boundary line and out. Right on centre wing here, right in front of the old grandstand in our broadcast position. Try to throw the ball back in right in front of Spider. So we've crossed the 8-minute mark in this third term. 38 plays 27. It's an 11-point lead here. The way of the Tigers, spinning around on a pirouette there was Lever up towards the half-forward line. Court was there, he waited for the football. Oakes was on hands and knees, tried to break the tackle. Benell came through, slammed it on his boot up towards the half-forward line, dropping what he probably should have taken that time. There was Fox, but mopping up nicely there was Geimer on the right boot. He's just given it away though. Nobody's home. I tell you what, Josh Wise is having some sort of a game for Balwyn as he kicks the ball out wide. It was a beautiful kick as well, and Mark Coffey takes it out in front.
I love the way Wise just come across right in front of Lowson then. That was perfect.
He's been good today.
Yep.
On the far side, the Tigers go doing all the attacking, looking for Lyle. Out the back, it falls into the hands of Court. Court inside 50. 2 one-on-ones. Everyone flies. Haley stays it down at ground level. They can't quite get it out to him. Doing well there, East Ringwood in defence. We'll just hold this one up. Charlie was lurking.
That was very experienced play by Haley then. Yeah, another player would have gone to the contest as well, but his experience, he just stayed down and unfortunately it didn't come out.
Sure he's getting a few words from the East Ringwood boys over the fence there right now. Always does everywhere he goes. Lyle tried to get the handball forward. It was cut off by Tweedy, who laced the tackle. East Ringwood trying to escape this back half, but we'll get a stoppage again. 9.5 minutes gone third term. 3-9-27 East Ringwood. 6-2-38 Balwyn. Ball up here. Tweedy flew against Lyle. Bowen Smith got the handball out. And we're going to get a boundary throw in again coming up to the 10-minute mark.
But this forward pressure from the Tigers is what we saw a few weeks ago against Noble Park. Yeah. They just are relentless and do not let this ball out.
That's right.
So the ball to come back into play here. Cronje went up unattended that time, barging his way through there, getting a handball out towards Benell. On the right boot through the middle of the ground. It was a spearing pass and it was absolutely centimetre perfect as well. And now the Roos are off and inside forward 50 they go. Out in front that time there was Lawson. Can he keep the ball alive? He can. Can he do something miraculously? Oh, it was right on the line. Right. What a life-saving touch that was by Josh Walker. That would have been the goal of the day without a doubt. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. sees a 10-point margin.
Oh, he would have given the voucher now.
That's what we've been waiting for since the opening bounce from Lowson. I know.
So Balwyn looked to go towards Bowen Smith, punch from behind there from Belo, keeping it inside 50. That could have been a throw, but the umpire was behind the play. So
got to be deliberate.
And deliberate.
Got to be.
So taking this kick will be Ryan Exon. The short kick forward, very, very deep on the boundary line is Liam Kinsella. Already has one today. Geez, tough angle from here. So 3 goals 10 to 6-2. Just 10 points in it. But they've been pushing for 11 minutes, East Ringwood. They've done all the attacking this quarter. This will be a very tough shot. Here's right on the boundary. Kinsella comes in. It's never going to make it. And that manages to sneak through for a behind. 3:11:29. Balwyn 6:2:38. 11.5 minutes gone. Third term, but they're slowly getting their way back in, point by point.
Spider, 11 behinds at this point. Is that going to cost them at the end of the game?
Potentially it could. Just it's wasteful. And I just think a couple of times when you're in those sort of positions having shots for goal, you're better off looking up to hit a spot up a target.
McRae took it from
Boundary.
the stoppage and go down boundary side.
And that's what sort of killed East Ringwood, their inaccuracy. Like, obviously, they kicked 10 goals 17 last week, and then I think it was 6 goals 14 the week prior against South Croydon.
So no one won the stoppage, but it's picked up by Lever. Got the quick handball away. Quick kick inside forward 50 though for East Ringwood. Numbers are with the Tigers. Getting the quick handball away was Gottliebson over the top. There's Wood. Handball over the top there. That's okay. A strong tackle. Just wanting to see the ball over was caught. He's not going to get pinged for that. You can hear the handband screaming for it. They're certainly up and about. Crowd's getting into the game here. The good crowd out here at Maroondah Sports Club. Paul Yaconi at the Stat Centre.
Yeah, they're really peppering the goals in this third quarter. East Ringwood 8-4 inside 50s, the way of East Ringwood.
Can't break away from the boundary throw in. The high tackle's been paid. It's going the way of East Ringwood against Bowen Smith. Not too impressed with that one. So Preston. Corey Preston. Just weighing up his options. Nearly every player on the park is inside this forward arc, so it's going to make it difficult to clunk one. So it goes deep into the forward pocket. Nicely done, McDermott. Swings around on the right boot. Just got it out of that danger zone. But it's not going to go anywhere because it's sat up nicely, and the Roos do have the numbers, but the pressure's there to force the boundary throw in, and over she goes.
You just see the writing on the wall. This will go down the other end. Bourne will get a goal, and they would have just wasted 10 minutes of owning the contest. They've got to get the next one. That will really hurt.
14 scoring shots to 8.
And they trail by 9 points. The ball brought back into play. But they'll be happy with the way, at least, they've been able to do most of the attacking. That kick there from stick into a dangerous point in the corridor. Going forward there is Norris. And a mark dropped, which probably should have taken there. Mitch Farmer then comes in and lays the tackle on Wise. And ball up.
Method has certainly been better this quarter from the Roos and even the latter part of the second term. So they've just got to keep working and the wheel will turn for them on the scoreboard.
Doing a lot of things right except kicking goals. And we're going to get another ball up inside 50. Thanks for joining us today. As Ben said, it's a good crowd out here at East Ringwood Reserve. A free kick's been awarded. And it is going in direction of East Ringwood. And it's Sam Lowson to take the kick.
Well, it's who you want the ball in the hands of.
Oh, it's absolutely the right person. And he'll be kicking from about 45 metres out, slight angle. They've kicked 3 goals 11. It's not the easiest shot, but someone of the qualities of Sam Lowson can put this through. Must kick to get it back to 3 points. Lowson comes in. No. The kick is too much to the right and stays in bounds, so it's still on here. Balwyn weren't able to kill that football. Probably should have been able to rush that through, punch it through, anything. But they don't, so East Ringwood still a chance.
Can something miraculous here start? Fox gets the knockdown. Smith got the handball over the top. It was taken by Kinsella, who was quickly wrapped back up by Smith, and we'll have a boundary throw in, it looks to be like, or is it just going to be a ball up just inside the line? So a throw up in shoes. Fox got the knockdown. Cherney came in, got the handball back. Benell Got the quick kick inside forward 50. He's going to go all the way to the goal line here.
That's a very good mark.
Good
That
mark
was
there
under
by Cronje.
pressure. There was under a lot of pressure with that East Ringwood player coming out in
Yeah,
there.
that had a lot of courage.
Especially with the sun in his eyes as well, Ray.
Yeah.
Cronje goes up towards Lyle. It's been pretty quiet today for Balwyn. Ball goes back inside forward 50. A lot of players following feel like there's going to be a lot of tired players come the fourth quarter because everybody's chasing after the football quite ferociously. Umpire throws it up. Quickly tackle there by Noah Lever. Any scores coming through from around the
Yes,
grounds?
I'll quickly load up the app.
Apologies, I thought you were ready for that.
No, I was just texting someone.
What's for dinner?
Going out for dinner, actually.
Very nice, very nice.
What's for dinner? I'm coming home with a $1,000 jumper.
Baked beans for the next few weeks.
You always go to Mum's for dinner, can't you?
Yes, that's true. That's true, Ray.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side.
I don't know if you saw it just before, but the boundary goal umpire was just knocked while the ball went sailing through over his head.
Well, there was a behind that went the way to East Ringwood, so they inch closer. So it's an 8-point margin now. There's a ball in the middle. They've got a bit of a run here. The big man Anderson can trap the pill. He couldn't quite do that. Oh, big handball there by Big Kinsella. Just conceded ground, really. Now it's across the half-forward line for Balwyn, and they'll get the stoppage there after Smith was underneath that pack, and we'll have the ball up.
Some scores around the grounds. Blackburn 33 points up, 66-33.
Ooh.
South Croydon. Doncaster East 76. Norwood 44.
To see the Lions might get a win up today. The umpire throws it up, and we'll restart that one.
Park Orchards lead by 5 points over Montrose, 61-56. Mooroolbark 70. North Ringwood 48.
Okay.
Anderson with the knockdown. Good tackle there by Smith to force force Ballo to have a missed kick. Kick around the body by Benell, who's been really good today, Benell.
Yeah.
Towards the wing position, couldn't quite take the mark there, was Geimer, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
Heathmont also on 3 goals, 12. They trail Lilydale by 7 points. Ball brought back into play now. Belo got it off to a teammate there in Preston. Preston forward again. The kick wasn't a great one, wasn't in favour of Fox. And Walker just gobbled that up. Right to his advantage, and he'll kick towards us. Looking for Wise. Great mark there. Right in on the boundary side. He's had some good moments today, Josh Wise. And just taking time, very composed. They haven't looked likely to score themselves, but they've been able to hold off East Ringwood. The handball to Bowen Smith, who just throws it on the boot. Inside 50. Haley
good
well done.
on the chest. And that's all it took.
He just worked his opponent out of the contest, didn't he, with his backside?
He just loves those one-on-one contests every single time.
And you called it, Ryan. You know, the ball will be up this end for 5-6 minutes,
Yep.
and they'll get it down there, and they got the chance to get a goal.
This would be an absolute coach killer for East Ringwood because, as you said, it's been a quarter dominated by the Roos.
Yep.
Except for the scoreboard. They just have not been able to capitalise. And now Charlie Haley, Balwyn haven't scored this quarter. We'll have a chance to put Tigers 7th through and give them a 14-point lead. Charlie Haley towards the East Ringwood fans behind the goals. That's a beautiful kick, and he'll fire them up, Charlie. 7-2-44 Balwyn, 3-12-30 East Ringwood. 20 minutes played, third term.
And Haley's kicked his third for the game, something that we would expect at this time of the game.
Absolutely. And the thing was, Josh Wise started that. He put the ball down the line and then presence of mind from Bowen Smith just to get it onto the boot quickly and create an uneven contest. So one-on-one, Haley then just nails the mark and then goes back and kicks a really timely goal for them and swings the momentum back in their favour after East Ringwood had all the ball play in their 50.
Time on, we've reached here in the third term. They call it the Premiership quarter, and these are two sides that are going to have a real go at the Premiership this year. Balwyn, if they can snag the next one, they'll take a lot of stopping. Getting underneath it, though, was Weatherall for the Roos. Working their way forward, though, Lever's kick was smothered. Getting down low, there was Turner. He's quickly wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up eventually. So 14-point margin here.
Scores around the grounds. Ringwood 20, Waverley Blues 18. Boronia lead East Burwood 68-15.
Nicely done there by Weatherall to take it out of the ruck, then got underneath a barrel up towards the centre half forward line. Waitman was there at the fall of the ball. Charging through there was Pearce, though. The Roos have got the numbers. Lowson has come a long way out from goals to get the handball away. The kick goes inside forward 50. Where's Fox when you need him? Kinsella's there, and he's quickly wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up 40 metres out from goal.
Just have all the answers at the moment, the Tigers.
Yep. By Dan Beard restarts this game. All of a sudden, everyone's around the pill once again. Quick kick out of that danger zone into the arms of East Ringwood. Kick up towards the half-forward line and taking a mark. Just in the took it on the second bite was Keedle, who almost looked like he's confident to go back and have a shot here, Mitch Keedle.
Well, why wouldn't you be under the way they've been playing? This is the first really decent shot they've had towards the corridor all quarter.
They have been low percentage shots.
Saw true. Charlie Haley yell out for the handball. He had the quick look, Keedle, and then realised it was going to go to a black jumper. Comes in now, 47 metres out. Has a good old roost at it. It goes right to the goal line. Nearly taking it as well was Fox, but it's been knocked away from him. Through for one behind. We've called that so many times today for the home side. Yeah. Bendigo Bank scoreboard as we cross the 22-minute mark of this third term. 7-2-44. Balwyn 3-13-31 East Ringwood.
Just one goal kicked in this third term by Charlie Haley, who has 3 goals for the day, and Balwyn just in control despite not really having many forward 50 entries this quarter. Cronjay at half back here for the Tigers. Shaw kicked forward, and they've just been very composed. They make the right choices, as Spider said earlier. As we go down to Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
Yeah, the inside 50s are 15-5 the way of East Ringwood in this quarter.
Thanks there, Paul. Doing a great job in the Stats Centre today. Down the line, mark dropped there by Anderson, but they've got all the numbers. They'll go forward now, looking for Oakes. Standing in front there, Dylan Bilo. Paid the mark? Is paid the mark.
No, he paid the free kick.
He is paid the free kick. So against Nathan Oakes, and Bilo will quickly move this one on. Short kick. Finds a teammate on that far side. And they'll link up again. An uncontested mark, 22 coming up to 23 minutes gone, third term. Won't be a long quarter. Hasn't been a long day in terms of time on, not as many goals as usual, just the 10 goals between the two sides. Going down the line, punch from behind. Underneath that is Waitman, and we're going to get a stoppage on that far side. 3-13 to 7-2. Balwyn leading first versus second this afternoon. Blackburn look to be back in the top 5 today on the live ladder. Handballed out by Weatherill. It was cut off. Just trying to get something going is Preston. Unable to do so. Around the grounds, Kilsyth 13 goals, 22. The Forest Hill 0 goals, 4. And Van Noonan still on 998.
Wants to kick him at home.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I think he just wants to get it over and done with. I think he's sick of the media attention, so I might just stop talking about it.
You think he's listening in?
Yeah, well,
on the ground.
He'll be after. Everyone listens in, of course. Weatherill got it off to Bilo. Bilo towards half forward, looking for Mitch Farmer. Held his ground nicely, couldn't quite hold it in.
Oh, he threw that.
The tackle. There's Lowson, went the don't argue. Lowson now puts the ball in the boot. Can he do something? He can't. 3 goals, 14, Ben. 32 to 7-2-44. I just need one. Just need one to change this around. 24 minutes played, Bendigo Bank scoreboard, third term. I have that feeling if they get a goal, it could be a bit of an avalanche and they can start, but just need one.
Well, it's a confidence factor, right? You've just got to build that confidence. And
they can't buy one at the moment. Walker walked out and kicked it at 60 metres, but no one could take the mark, so she goes over the boundary line and out. So 25 almost gone here. Most of the quarters have gone 26, no more than 27 so far in this game. So there wouldn't be too long left in this term. The umpire brings the ball back in. It's been a good tussle, the two ruckmen today, as it comes out now. Lever paddled it out in front of his own advantage. He's going to keep going and going. It's a really good play. He ran every bit of 25, 30 metres there and gained that meterage, and over she goes for a boundary throw in right in front of the scoreboard.
If you want to take a positive for East Ringwood out of this quarter, it is that they've outscored Balwyn by 1 point. 7 points to 1 goal. There you go. That's the difference.
Wow.
As we said, we didn't expect it to go long. We're at a 25 and a half minute quarter there. So, and it's still a low-scoring affair out here. It's not what we expected in the Premier Division top of the table clash today, but it still is the arm wrestle that we talked about before the game started. And at three-quarter time, it is a 12-point lead to the Balwyn Tigers. They are 7-2-44. They're kicking straight. The opposite, though, for East Ringwood, 3-14-32. So that's 17 scoring shots to 9 to trail by 12 points. Major goal kicker on the ground is Charlie Haley. The rest are singles. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on AFL, on the YouTube and Facebook channels. Plenty of great games as you go local for your football this afternoon. We'll keep you abreast of all those scores right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round. Three-quarter time out here at East Ringwood Reserve, and it is East Ringwood inaccurate. 3-14-32, trailing the Tigers 7-2-44. The ladder leaders looking quite strong going into this last quarter after really having not much of it in that third term. Couldn't get the ball into their forward half very often, but when they did, Charlie Haley striked and gave them that extra buffer going into the last quarter. North Melbourne fans out there, they are leading by 4 points with less than a minute to go.
They want the close ones.
Yeah, they do. It means the Tigers will be on the bottom of the ladder. Not great. There's some scores around the grounds before we go down to the boundary. Doncaster East lead Norwood 82-44. Noble Park 83 to Berwick 4. That's surprising by the margin. Blackburn 666, South Croydon 33. So that live ladder sees Blackburn jump South Croydon into fifth position with a superior percentage. Mitcham lead Bayswater 55-37. Doncaster hold on by 14 points at three-quarter time over Wanturna South. Implications on that with the relegation battle. Montrose versus Park Orchards. Park Orchards lead by 16 points. Mooroolbark 71, North Ringwood 48. Let's jump into Division 2. Baronia 68, Eastfield 15, Lildale 55, Heathmont 37, 4 goals 13. Similar job down there, kicking themselves out of it. Ringwood again 2-11, 23. Seems to be the theme of the day.
Boundary.
2-7 Waverley Blues. Boundary with Josh Ward, who's got Brenton Sanderson with him.
I do indeed, Brenton. Pretty even contest so far. What have you made of it?
Yeah, let us off the hook, haven't they, with their goal kicking? And I mean, part of that's our pressure, but it's a good game of footy in the sense that it's tight, but I think both teams put lots of pressure on, which is awesome.
Yeah, and that was our next question, actually, just the pressure, particularly from the defence, which must be really pleasing, forcing them into pretty tough shots.
Well, both sides put a lot of heat on the ball, which has resulted in a bit of a scrappy game. But yeah, credit to our defenders. They've been standing up so far today. We just got to find a way to win in the midfield now and get the ball inside our forward line and lock it in.
What's the message for the final quarter?
Well, just bring everything you got. 22 players in roll. We'll see if we can get it done.
Thank you, Ben. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thank you.
Thanks there to Josh Wood with the master coach, Brenton Sanderson. Blake Tennant was out there. East Ringwood huddle at three-quarter time.
Yes, Ray actually alluded to this. They kicked 0 goals 7. So if you think about that, they outscored. And he had a little bit of a joke about it. But he talked about the opportunities that they've had with those 7 behinds that they had. And he also said that the mids just aren't explaining enough. They're just taking their time when they need to just go. They've got the willpower to do it, he said. And it's all about belief with East Ringwood this quarter. Believe, believe, believe. That's what he said. And they've got 22 contributors, as you guys just touched on just then.
Thanks there to Blake. Ray and Spider, what can East Ringwood do in this last quarter? Can you see him turning their fortunes around in front of goal and hitting the lead?
Got to get the ball out of the centre, right?
Yeah, they've got to get the ball out of the centre. And like they said, they've got to move the ball quickly. You know, throw caution to win. The only way they're going to win this game is by taking it on down the corridor and move the ball quick.
Yeah, it's all about risk game in this. And you just got to make sure when you get those repeat entries, East Ringwood, they've got to make it count on the scoreboard and put the ball under pressure.
Yeah. Dan Beard holds the ball up for the last quarter. Ben Warren-Smith, take us underway.
What can the home side do to get back into this game and get themselves in front and get this crowd alight? Umpire throws it up. Wetherell went up and he went down, and the umpire will do it again. Dan Beard comes in. The master of umpires, been around a long time. He's the man you want in the close ones. For sure as Balwyn. Nicely done there by Turner, who just had poise in a tough situation. Scramble to kick forward. The sun's in most players' eyes here at the fall of ball. Knock on there by Markowski in the way of Charlie Haley, who dropped the football looking for a free kick as well. Went after it a second time. Somehow got the handball out. Sticker got a kick, but it was touched off the boot and it went out of bounds. Left forward pocket.
I just looked at Haley there and I had a little giggle to myself. He went down very quickly, but I tell you what, he got up a lot quicker. He did.
Yeah, he certainly can bounce up. There's no doubt about that. Pie to bring the ball back in now. Smith was over the back, laid a strong tackle there. It's not going to be rewarded. And we will have a ball up. We'll keep you across all the important scores as you go local for your football this afternoon and see how your team goes as the umpire throws it up. Smith overran the pill. Was picked up that time by Tweedy. Banged it on his boot through the middle of the ground. They need a little bit of luck, and Farmer might be the man to give it to them on the right boot. He goes now. Kicks it inside forward 50. It was the straightest way to go. It was the right way to go. And Lawson takes the mark. He was out in front. He was almost being held as well, so could have been given a free kick, but he takes the mark. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered. He can go back and put it through from 45 directly in front.
And Spider, East Ringwood would love that every time, one-on-one with Lawson.
Well, exactly. If he gets the ball, like that, he's always a good chance he's going to get it and put it on the board.
Crosses the 45 now and does not make a mistake on this one. Finally, they get the goal that they're after, and the margin is back to one straight kick.
But as we said, Spider, get the ball down the corral, get it in there quickly. And that's what they did.
Well, that's what they do best, East Ringwood. When they're moving the ball at speed, they put pressure on the other team because they can get that ball over the back and they can get it moving. So that transition game is the way to go for them. When they're slowed down and bogged down, that's when they make these mistakes under pressure.
Well, here they come, 4-14-38, 7-2-44. Margin back to 6 points. The goal they needed, East Ringwood. Let's see if that fires them up and they can potentially cause a bit of an avalanche. Good tackle there, Exxon on Bowen Smith. Not reward him. We'll get a ball up right where we started. 2.5 minutes gone last term. Premier Division clash. It's 1v2. Where else would you rather be at the moment? Wetherill went without it. The kick from Anderson was smothered. But they got the quick handball out. And now they're going to go forward through Delaney. Delaney just pops it up on the top of the head of Lowson. Bouncing footy. No one took the mark. Balwyn Tigers under a lot of pressure here. Sticker went back to Walker. His kick was smothered by Kinsella. A lot of pressure here from the Roos, and you can hear the crowd just start to lift, getting up and about. Trailing by 6 points last term. Balwyn didn't play here last year when the Roos came up with a 12-team fixture. Well, they've handled this ground so well so far. Free kick here going to be in favour of the Tigers. In the back pocket there, Anderson.
Yeah, it was a throw on Fox, so Anderson, risky kick. Short pass is on, so they'll use the far side of the ground. Crowd's really going to get into this game. You get the sense. Is that out of bounds on the full out there? No, it was just touched on the line. Let's go down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
I thought I would say the Roos are definitely up and about because the other Roos side just got up just then by 4 points over Gold Coast. So I thought that was another good touch up there by Gold Coast. North Melbourne to win there.
Bit of an omen, you reckon, there, Blake, as it comes in now. Anderson knocked it down Smith. He probably threw it away then. That could have been holding the ball. Came out Wood, got the handball. A lot of pressure in there. Farmer's there as well. Wrapped up, and we will have a ball up.
It just means, though, that my beloved Tigers are now bottom of the AFL ladder right now as we speak.
Anchored there.
No worries. St Kilda's not far away from taking that mantle. Journey came barging through game 250. Well, what do people at the bottom usually say? Oh, it's all about the draft picks now. It's all about the draft picks. Lowson broke himself out of the tackle. Kinsella got the handball away. Kicked by Walsh was smothered. Timely, very timely, and over the boundary line she goes. All gone. 4.5 minutes gone. Nearly 5. Across the half forward line. Kangaroos surging forward.
Ball brought back into play here. The tap backwards from Anderson. Big tackle laid there. And we're going to get another ball up. That tackle on Walsh.
Getting pretty dark out here as well.
Yeah, I could probably get rid of the sunglasses now. Is the ball up. Won by Anderson. Trying to break through a tackle is Wetherill. He's had plenty of it today.
All the pressure now is falling back on Balwyn. Up and about the Roos.
Yeah, particularly if they get the next one. It'll be scores level with all the momentum in favour of the Roos. Trying to keep this in, East Ringwood. They're not able to do so.
Speaking of Wetherill, it's 8.2 degrees here in Ringwood East. Feeling all of the 0.2.
Certainly right, Dan Beard to ball this one up. No one makes a clear tap down. And East Ringwood just gain a bit of ground.
It's only taken me 15 years, Lee, but I now wear gloves to the football, and it's the greatest thing that I've ever done.
I've got both on, but every so often I've got to take them off to press buttons.
Down to the boundary to Blake Tennant.
And we made the foolish mistake, Blake and I, of not bringing gloves down to the boundary because we're freezing down here.
Well, Anderson gets the tap forward here for Balwyn. Trying to make some ground, and they're still unable to do so. So we're going to get another stoppage on that far side. 6.5 minutes gone. Back to the boundary.
Good to see our great mate Ryan, yourself, not wearing the shorts today, mate. Good to see.
Pants today. It's a pants day.
Sounding a bit hoarse there, Blake, as the ball comes inside forward 50. McRae had the front spot, couldn't quite trap it. Smith came in, handball was away. Glasborough, Smith's been pinged for throwing it. So it'll be a free kick going the way of Will McRae, who's had a few pings today, but he hasn't managed to hit the big stick. So he'll go back and have a shot on the 45-degree angle. How do you see this one going, Spider?
Feels like a big moment in the game, BWS. This is a really important kick in the context of what could happen.
You feel like if he can put this one through, they might take some stopping, the home side?
Well, you certainly get your tail up if you kick this one and got a bit of momentum about you.
To tie the scores, Will McRae starts his approach now. The crowd will tell the story. It's in that forward pocket where the brethren is. He kicks it to the top of the goal square. It's going to go and go and go, and just didn't have the legs and threw for one behind. Some might say a valuable point, Ray Baird. Bendigo Bank scoreboard shows a 5-point margin.
He's got to lock it in now.
Yep.
This ball cannot get over the back here.
Yeah, certainly right. Tigers under the most pressure they've been all afternoon at the moment. Margin, almost a drop mark. Did well enough to hold on to it as they clear it out through to Oakes, the centre half back, but back to 5 points.
Beautiful.
They've got to be perfect. That kick just over the top of Bowen Smith's head. Walsh will run onto it for the Roos. Got the handball forward, linked up with the captain. The captain goes forward, Bilo, finds a target, and they've just got all the play at the moment. McRae got the handball off, back to James Bilo, finds a target, and going inside 50 now, Kinsella, big fly from Lowson, big grab. And the Roos could be in front.
Just a well-orchestrated kick, really. Just waited and waited.
Yeah.
Lowson ran to where he needed to and hit him up perfectly.
Yeah, great poise and very neat, and it was he hit the target magnificently there.
And talking about hitting the target, how important that kick was, it didn't hit the target down at this
end. That's right, to
end,
Bowen Smith. Sam Lowson already has 2. He's kicked 1 in this quarter. He's really making his way into this game. Sam Lowson comes in and misses.
Another miss.
4-16-40. Trail the Tigers 7-2-44. 8 minutes coming up to 9 minutes gone last term. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And Lowson's kicked 2 goals, but I reckon he's kicked 4 behind.
Yes,
as
he
well.
has.
Yeah, he has been good, but he just hasn't finished on the scoreboard.
Spearing pass out, finds Pearce across the half-back line for the Tigers. Got plays further afield. It was Lever screaming for it. He's going to go for him now, and he waited too long. And then the kick went wide, so out of bounds on the full, and a chance now for Weatherall to pump the ball back in here for East Ringwood. Winds around on the right boot, kicks it up towards the centre half forward position. Who's going to be the flyer here over the back Kinsella? He's been lively. His handball just missed the target. Walsh had the second chance at it. Kicks the ball inside forward 50. And once again, the mark's been taken by Lowson. Can it be third time a charm? Surely something's going to go through the big sticks.
I wouldn't put my house on it, BWS.
Lowson, who we've said has had multiple opportunities. He's presented well today. There's no doubt about that. He knows how important this kick is. His side, they trail by 4 points. He starts his approach. He's wasting no time on this one. He comes in now. He'll kick from 44 metres and he pushes it right again. He pushes it right again. You wouldn't read about it. He's been such a sharpshooter for this side, and he hasn't been able to find it today. And they're inching closer, point by point at the moment.
They will overtake him.
They've all been from that same spot, though.
Let's cross down boundary side.
Maybe East Ringwood could get to the lead point by point.
Well, they're on their way at the moment. It's back to 3 points, and it's a free kick here towards East Ringwood. 4-17-41. Trail Balwyn 7-2-44. They've had 15 more, 12 more scoring shots. I'm not great with math, but 12. That's right, 12? 12 more scoring shots, and they trail by 3 points. Incredible. They'll go back inside 50 again. This time, a couple players fly. No one able to take the mark there. One of them, Fox.
It'd almost have to be a record if East Ringwood lose this game, currently with 12 or so more scoring shots.
Certainly right. Ball up inside 50. Fox gets the tap down. Running onto this one. Snap around the corner towards the goals. Walker juggling mark in defence. Held on to it. Did enough. Under a lot of pressure.
Lowson's kicked 2-6 according to Wayne Brasher.
Okay. And Brash would know doing the stats from his bedroom.
Kick goes out over the top of Lyle from his bedroom. I don't know about that. He'd probably be in the lounge room. Feet up.
And a glass of sherry or something to warm
say
him
some
up
hot
on
Milo
the
or something like that.
Medicinals.
To bring the ball back in. Jeez, it's gotten dark out here. By throws it in now. Little handball by Weatherall was a good one. Starting away there was Geimer. Got the handball away just in the nick of time. Little kick around the body. That time there by Exon. Has stayed alive too. And getting underneath it. And I think it is the player of Silsecan. Is that how we say? I've got it right all day.
Yeah. Silsecan, yeah.
Chilcheckin.
Chilcheckin.
Loves the celebration, this guy. Kicked 5 in a grand final a couple of years ago, so loves a big celebration if you can kick this, boys.
Was it one of the junior games you were umpiring, was it?
No, it was against Montrose in under-19s grand final a couple of years ago.
I knew there was a Montrose connection.
Yeah.
Comes in now. He gets underneath it. What a magnificent kick right to the goal line, but it's almost looked like it might have hit the post on the way down, but it was touched over the line. Once again, they're inching closer. 2 points is the margin.
Some of their prime movers, Ray, from East Ringwood, they're just starting to get their hands on the ball. It's a concern for the Tigers, I think.
Yep.
It's a concern, but they still lead by 2 points incredibly. They go towards the wing. Mark taken in defence, and they really don't look like scoring themselves. They've lost all their run at the moment. They look like they're just trying to hold on. They're not going to be able to hold on for the next 12 to 13 minutes. They're going to have to score themselves. So,
well, I think they've only had it twice over the centre line in this quarter.
Yeah, that's right. We're right here at the moment. A chance for them in front of the Ringwood Mazda sign. Ringwood Mazda, a great sponsor of the Eastern Football Netball League. Zoom, zoom. Tap forward here. And Balwyn going nowhere. We get a ball up on that far side. What can Balwyn do? Get back in the game at the moment, despite still leading. Walsh got the handball. Off to Waitman. Waitman forward. Taking a mark here. They'll look to play on right away. Here's Walsh, the poster boy. Walsh goes towards Lowson. 1-on-2. Got it down to ground level. The handball forward. Kinsella tight in the pocket. Can't control it. Out of bounds. But a good chance here for the Roos.
Well, that forward pocket will go alive if
just watch
they'll go berserk if they can snag something out of here to put them in front. You feel like it's only moments away. They've been peppering the goals the whole quarter at the moment, the Roos. Umpire throws it in. Quick kick out of the danger zone by Glasborough was a handy one too. Lyle was there to trap the ball. He doesn't want to go anywhere with it. He's happy to be wrapped up by Chilchekin, and we will have a ball up. Quick restart as well. They're wasting no time. The umpires here came out towards Below. Couldn't quite pick the ball up. Eventually did. Got the handball back. Walsh just couldn't stay inside the paint. And over she goes for a boundary throw in.
Well, if history repeats itself, Balwyn are going to take it down the other end and kick a goal.
Yeah, I bet you'll be Charlie.
That's right, mate.
I put money on it. The same game multi, Charlie to kick 4. That would have been my lock at the start of the day.
Plus a jumper.
Plus a jumper as they go forward here through Delaney. Roos at centre half forward at the moment. Grabbing the ball first was caught high.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe
He ducked his head a bit.
There, Geimer. So it's Geimer's free kick. It's probably about 60 from home. We'll just send it long towards the top of the square. Lowson's got about 3 Tigers to beat, and it's a free kick going towards Balwyn. It was a bit of silence.
Up. They thought it was for them.
That's right. There was complete silence waiting for the free kick announcement.
Tremendous theatre
there.
there.
A Balwyn free kick in fullback.
Balwyn have only had 1 scoring shot in the second half.
But we reiterate, you've got to hit someone up. You can't keep dumping.
Comes alive now. Sorry to cut you off, Geimer there, Spider, as he was charging forward.
That was the perfect example, BWS. Dump kicking, it's not going to win this game. You've got to spot a target up.
For you, Coney.
In the second half, East Ringwood have kicked 1-11 to 1 straight.
Yep.
There you go. 1-11 to 1 straight.
Weird score.
Not the easiest game to call.
No.
Pye throws it up now. Still alive. What chance are they going to get? Bilo got the handball backwards. Kinsella got the handball away. No kick now by Kinsella in towards the pocket. Benell was there, and he takes it on the second bite. Trey Benell. Will this be the shot that finally puts the Kangaroos in front?
Surely.
Oh, holy dooly. Surely this one.
Very good vision there by Kinsella to put it out there.
Kinsella's had a great game, to be honest. I think he's done a lot with the football, but here's Trey Benell. We're right behind him here. The crowd will tell the story. Can he put this one through? He does put this one through, and finally East Ringwood hit the front as he does a dance as well, and look at them get around him. East Ringwood on the Bendigo back scoreboard. 17 minutes tick over almost here in the final term, and they hit the front by 4 points. 5-18-48 to Balwyn 7-2-44. Hallelujah, Paul Yukoni.
Well, now that Balwyn are trailing, they now need to win the game rather than save the game. And at the moment, they're struggling to get it in there. They've only had the one inside 50 in this quarter thus far.
Well, that's right. I mean, it could open up. That could be the one that sparks them.
But that's the difference, Ryan, between spotting up a target and dump kicking long.
Yeah, that's right. And great celebration for Benell. A fantastic day on Nadok Rand. Here they go again through Preston. Inside 50. The direction of Lowson. Lowson, a big mark. And Lowson.
What a mark.
Right in front of the faithful.
What a mark.
We'll have a chance to put the Roos 10 points up in the last term against Balwyn.
Just watch this replay. He turns around and shows it to the Balwyn guys. You watch when he stands up. Have a look at that,
does
boys.
too. Does too. He'd want to kick it after
he
that.
has to kick it. No, he doesn't have to do
They're
that. He's too
4
good.
points up. They're 5 goals, 18.
Yeah.
Brash said he's kicked 2 goals, 6, Sam Lowson. He's coming to the side from the VFL this week. Lowson comes in. This time he makes no mistake. And the Roos are 1 step closer to icing this game. 6-18-54 lead Balwyn, 7-2-44. 18 minutes played last term.
Boundary. Well, he's been the difference in this game before we go to the boundary, but it was because of the great centre clearance there by the Roos. They got it in there straight away, hit up the target. Good work.
Yep.
Boundary.
Let's cross down boundary side to Josh Ward.
Well, if that Trey Benell didn't lift them, I'm sure that Sam Lowson goal would.
Well, you almost feel like they're going to run away with it. Don't you, Blake Tennant?
Yeah, I reckon, you're right there too, but I just got confirmation that there's 10 minutes to go in this game, boys. 10 minutes to go.
Was that confirmation?
I don't know.
Confirmation.
Confirmation.
Kick goes forward, handball over the top sticker. They're trying to keep this ball alive. East Ringwood, Mitch Farmer, happy to see the ball over. Paddled it that way. Hit his.
And Blake Tennant would be the man to go to if you wanted everyone to know there was 10 minutes to go.
Throw it in.
Our great mate Brush would say, I reckon as there been 10 minutes, it'll be a 28-minute quarter, boys. So there you go.
Thanks very
You
much,
know the
Blake.
time when they're shutting down the nightclubs, you're always there.
High throws it in. They'll be happy just to probably keep the ball locked into this forward half now, Ray, over the next few minutes. Just take any opportunity ball and have to go forward away from them, because it looks to be like all players are following the football at the moment. There's no one really forward of centre for Balwyn at the moment, as it's locked in across centre half forward for East Ringwood. The skipper, James Balo, pulling himself up. Finally, the lights come on out here.
Yeah.
It has gotten really dark really quickly. Scrambling kick forward, nicely done. Farmer somehow got the handball away. Oh, this is a go for McRae! And McRae does put the icing on the cake. It's going to be too hard now. East Ringwood to win the game.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to run down now. But you take Balwyn, they've done all the hard work all day. You know, they've given away this even. If East Ringwood had kicked straight in the third quarter, the game would have been over then.
Yeah, you would have thought so. Look, it's just you got to say to the Roos, they've really got on their bike in this quarter, and they put the score on the board, but they've won it through the middle of the ground. This is where the damage has been done.
That's certainly right. 16-point lead for the Roos now. It's going to be tough for the Tigers. 20 minutes played, and they've just not won any clearances, especially out of the middle here. Chance for Wise. Got the handball forward. Cut off by Walsh. Walsh sends him inside 50 in the direction of Lowson. Bouncing footy might just go all the way itself. Lowson's there and running over the line. Here's Wood. You can see the point. 7-19, 61 to 7-2-44 Balwyn. 20 to coming up to 21 minutes gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Balwyn, last throw of the dice really for the Tigers. As the ball comes out now, they need to just take some chances. Opportunities aren't coming their way too often. Quickly wrapped up now. All momentum is with East Ringwood, Paul Yaconi.
The clearances in this last quarter are 12-2 the way of East Ringwood.
It's been a smashing.
That's the story of the quarter.
Yeah, it's been a smashing.
And still this whole second half, really, when we see that one scoring shot only to Balwyn, it's unheard of, really.
Yeah, they led for most of the second half. Crazy.
Cross centre half forward now for East Ringwood. Came out over the top there of Bellows' head. Kinsella's had a sensational game, got the handball back. The kick goes forward now. Who might be able to pull one? Lowson! He almost pulled it down. Second bite on somehow hands and knees, got the handball out. He nearly put one out. He's Cherney. Game 250 for Cherney. Can it curl back? It can't. Oh, the crowd willed that one. It just couldn't get there. That would have brought the stand down, both of them. 22 minutes gone here in the final term, 62-44. Holy dooly.
7-20, 7 goals 2. 18 more scoring shots the Roos. And they currently lead by 19 points. Been a weird game. Down the middle. They're almost the mark there by Wetherill. Not paid. Bowen Smith will stick up. Got the kick forward and it's cut off. And Benell will just take a few seconds off the clock.
He's been a great player over the whole 4 quarters.
He's been very impressive.
Yep.
Be interesting to see where the votes go. He finds a player out on the far side, and Keedle. He'll go forward to Preston, and now they're just running time off the clock. It's been a big effort from the Roos. And Wetherill
Get it to Cherney.
Where is he at the moment? It's got to be deep forward. And they're just taking more time off the clock. They know they're home now. 7:21 to 7:2. Going forward, cut off here in the pocket there by Wilson for the Tigers, who will look to play on right away.
Yeah, and the kick was a risky one, but he hit a target there in Oakes in the middle, who took off and then just dropped the football. It just seems that's the way it's gone for Balwyn in this second half, especially in this final term. They've barely gone forward. 23 ticks over now on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Relentless pressure, though, by the Roos from their forward line.
9-point margin. Cherney took it out of the ruck, got the handball away to Benell, who ducked around, snaps it inside forward 50. It was a boo-na-na, but it had too much curl and it goes out of bounds on the full right forward pocket for East Ringwood. I think that's Smith to bring the ball back in. It was an up and under kick. It was more of a 9 wedge. He was looking for the 4-iron as a kick goes in towards the middle of the ground, but nobody's home. They've got all the numbers at the moment, East Ringwood. Delaney, short passes on. Heard a whistle go. I think that's just
been
for the
good,
mark.
Delaney.
Exon on the right boot, just poked it forward. It was a dodgy little kick in the end, but it was picked up by Sticker. His kick was scrambled away. Came out Farmer, got the handball away, and we're going to have a stoppage here at centre-half forward.
So 24 minutes played. East Ringwood 7:21.63 to Balwyn 7:2.44. What a win this is going to be for the East Ringwood Football Club. It was a 1v2 clash coming into this. And now they will be on the same amount of points. Balwyn will hold their position on top of the ladder due to percentage, but they'll be tied up on wins now. That'll be a big statement for the Roos. This one's come out to Turner. Turner goes forward in the direction of Markovsky, and standing tall is Tristan Tweedy as we go down the boundary, Blake Tennant.
I did say that on pre-game, but I didn't know if it was true that if East Ringwood won today, they'll go on top. But thanks for letting me know about that, Ryan.
Yes, percentage will still be in favour of Balwyn, but with Balwyn a big test next week against Rowville, be interesting to see if East Ringwood can pinch top spot. They've been outstanding this season, and at the end of the day, after this second half, they probably should have won this game by a lot more. But 19 points, they'll take that. They don't care. Big tackle laid there by Turner. 25 minutes played. And according to Blake Tennant's mate from the boundary, there will be 3 minutes to go in this final quarter, Ben.
Can they snag another one? Can they get a celebration goal for Chris Cherney in game 250? The lights are on, but Balwyn's not home out here at the Maroondah Sports Club. They have gone to sleep in this second half. We know they're undermanned. Taking it Weatherall out of the ruck contest. Umpire said play on. Except we've had a whistle come in and it might be a restart here. Yes, that's the way it's going.
It was actually from the East Ringwood coach's box that I got the 10 minutes to go. So there you go.
It's got connections. There's no doubt about that. As it comes out, Oakes.
They're all up here.
Get the clearing kick. Holding the man. Free kick going the way of... Trying to work out what Dan Beard's trying to call this one here. He's holding the man, then he's gone the whole holding the ball situation. So, alas, the kick goes forward for Balwyn. We haven't heard that many times as Lyles got the handball from Haley, got the quick kick on Goldwood. Happy to see it through for a minor score with Sam Walsh. And finally, they hit the scoreboard out here, Balwyn. But it's to no avail, though, because it's 26.5 gone and they're still trailing by 3 straight kicks.
Around the grounds, Ringwood lead Waverley Blues 55-19. That'll be a big win for the Redbacks. Lilydale holding on by 8 points over Heathmont, who have kicked 5 goals, 17. It's been the theme around the grounds. Blake Tennant?
I can actually tell Ringwood actually won.
That is the final score?
I don't know if it is, but I just got 2 videos sent to me of Ringwood singing the song.
Well, that game's over if they're singing the song, Blake.
That's a big win for the Ringwood Footy Club, keeping their finals hopes alive. Anderson got the tap down. And a big tackle laid there by Turner again. There's your siren, East Ringwood fans. 7:20.62 have defeated Balwyn 7-3-45. An 18-point win coming from behind. And they've earned this win. A fantastic win for the club. The top of the table clash between the two sides. Bit of an interesting game, boys, but a great contest between the two clubs, and they ran over the top, and they're the deserving winners. They outplayed Balwyn, particularly in that second half, Ray and Spider.
Outworked them, simply as that, Ryan. They really did. It was a really impressive performance, especially in the last quarter when they just took control of the game. And it was their midfield that did the damage, Ray, wasn't it? Guys who got hold of the footy, Balwyn, Walsh, all the names just keep rolling off the tongue, and they got the ball in, and Lowson ended up kicking some goals in the last quarter and did the damage, and they got the result on the ball which they needed. And a guy like Will McRae as well, he was very important.
But when you sum the victory up, though, Spider, with East Ringwood, it wasn't until they started, like we said, go down the corridor, look for another option rather than just bombing it in. And once they started doing that, that's when the tide turned.
Yeah, I think the leaders really took ownership of the game, particularly at three-quarter time, and really got on their bike and drove the demands of the team and the expectation. And that's why they got the win. They really worked through the corridor, particularly in the last quarter, and denied Balwyn any opportunity to transition the ball.
Major goal kickers on the ground today. Let's go boundary side.
Got Trey Benell alongside me. Trey, a pretty special day for you and East Ringwood to get the job done. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's a great day. NAIDOC week this week. We got with the jumpers that Jamie designed, and then even Tunesi's 250th. So it's really great game for the club. Great day, and get Sammy back as well, kicking a few snags. So it's good.
Yeah, and just what does it mean to wear the jumper and to have played the didgeridoo alongside your cousin in the pre-game?
It means everything. It's our culture. It's like a show. We celebrate our culture with everyone else. Make sure we all come in as one. It's really good.
A pretty awesome celebration after you kicked that goal.
Yeah, good celebration. I thought I'd give a little shake a leg for kick the goal. Told Jamie that, so it's good, yeah.
Well, I'll pass it over to Blake and Sam.
Yes, this got Sam Lowson. It's a bit of... guess who's back again. Talk us through, welcome back, mate. Feel pretty good getting back down to East Ringwood again?
Yeah, I love this club. I've been here since I was like 14 years old, so whenever I get the opportunity to come down and play with the boys, I cherish it. And yeah, we did a good job today. Mate, they're probably lucky that we missed a lot of the goals, but it was a good game, well fought.
I was listening in to Ben Osborne and listening into his three-quarter time speech, and he was just talking about believe and the big moments, and you definitely rose to that occasion, kicking 2 goals in that last quarter. Definitely set the standard up for you guys to get the win.
Yeah, it was all the work up the field, so the boys really put in the hard yards to get up the field, and then I was just lucky enough to get on the end of them and just present for them, and they started to fire me, and yeah, if I kicked straight it would have been nicer, but no, I'll take the 3 goals, 6 any day, so...
You bet. Yeah, Chris Cherney, 250 games, doing this quick summary of what he means to this club. He's a big man at this club, premiership captain, of course, in 2022. How is he around the club? He must be massive.
I actually started my senior footy with Cherney back like 10 years ago, so it's awesome to see him still down here when we were losing so many games, and he's stuck fat, and now he's on the end of winning games, so it's awesome to see.
Well done, mate. Get into the song, sing it loud and proud, and yeah, there you go.
Thanks there to Blake Tennant and Sam Lowson, as well as Trey Benell. And it's great scenes down here from the East Ringwood Football Club. I think it's going to be a big night down at the Pouch tonight.
Could be a real significant win for this playing group in terms of the second half of the year. It'll give them so much confidence now going into a finals campaign that they now have taken down Balwyn. They lost to them early in the season. They've turned that result around. You've squared the ledger. That'll give them all that confidence now that they've in the manner in which they've won.
Absolutely right. As we'll try and get the song, thanks to Tobin Brothers, Celebrating Lives. It's a great win here from the East Ringwood Football Club. They'll be tied on top tonight. Tied with Balwyn on the same amount of wins, and I think they're going to feature again later in the season come finals. I think there'll be a match up there between the two sides. Hopefully we can get the song down in the rooms. I think it'll be sung with a fair bit of gusto.
I reckon we'll get it.
The boys down there at the moment, 18-point winners here.
I'll just do those major goal kickers. It was three majors to Lowson, singles to McRae, Kinsella, Benell and Josh Fox, whilst 3 goals to Charlie Haley for the Tigers. He was the lone hand up forward. Turner, Sticker, Davis and Pearce, 2 singles each.
Thanks there to the East Ringwood Football Club and Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives for the theme song down in the rooms. We might hold on. Are we taking a break, Lee, before we get stuck into our votes? We've got the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground Award to give out, the MEG to Rookie of the Day, as well as the Tobin Brother Funerals Goal of the Day. We'll be back in here in just a moment. It is East Ringwood defeating Balwyn in the match of the round. 7 goals, 20-62 to 7-3-45 the Tigers.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to East Ringwood Reserve, match of the round between East Ringwood and Balwyn, and it's the Roos 7-20-62 defeating the Tigers 7-3-45. A great result. It was a bit nervous times to East Ringwood in the second half with that very inaccurate kicking, and they get across the line, deservedly so, as we talked about, a big second half. We've got a few awards to give out before we close out, and some scores around the grounds. Let's start with the big one, the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground Award. We'll start with our boundary riders, your 1, 2 and 3 votes for the day.
Well, one vote I'm going to give to Josh Wise. I thought he was pretty good off a wing, and going back into the back line, playing as that loose man. 2 votes, I thought Damon Delaney was also pretty good, but I thought Trey Benell gets the 3 votes, fought really hard on that wing and lifted them in the final quarter.
Yes, I'm going to go Charlie Haley, 1 vote. I thought he was really their vocal point for Balwyn there. I'm going to go 2 votes Lawson. I thought he was terrific, especially in that last quarter. Sensational work, and I think I'm going to back you up there. I think Trey Benell gets my 3.
Paul, you got your 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, I'm going to give 1 vote to Lawson, 2 votes to Trey Benell, and 3 votes to Kinsella.
Thanks there, Paul. Ray, Spider, your 3, 2, 1.
Okay, I'm going to go with 1 vote to Wise. Josh Wise, thought he was brilliant today. I'm going to go 2 votes to... I'm going to go my 2 votes. I actually think he's because of his last quarter, I thought it was brilliant. Benell thought he was really good. He pushed himself up, probably just fractionally nudges out of Lowson, but the best on the ground today for me was Kinsella.
Ray Baird?
1 I gave to Wise, 2 to Zach Silkirkin, and best on ground Liam Kinsella.
Ben Warren Smith, you're 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, I echo Spider. 1 to Wise, 2 to Benell, 3 to Kinsella.
I've got the same, just different order. Got Wise to 1, Kinsella 2, and Trey Benell 3. I believe that would mean Liam Kinsella would be our best on ground award winner. Congratulations to Liam. Walks away with a $50 Sports Quarter Eastland voucher. It's a good point. He's a very solid performer across the entire afternoon, and well deserved of that award. The Tobin Brothers goal of the day. There's a lot of points. We could do a lot of. I can't wait to put the highlight reel of the 23 points from the two sides. Any stick in memory?
I think there was one from Sam Lowson, possibly in the first or second quarter. I thought that stuck
quarter.
out to me.
Yep, you're happy with that? Yep. Lowson walks away with a $50 Coles and Myer gift card. Thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. And our MEGT Rookie of the Day. Now, some of the nominees, I'm just going through now because I forgot to do it earlier. Jackson Wetherill, Zach Silicon, Corey Preston for the Roos. Just going through Josh Sticker as well for Balwyn. Is there any others there? There's a couple others, but I think we're leaning towards East Ringwood after today.
I think Sam Walsh would also be.
Sam Walsh is the other one.
I'd go Wetherill. Wetherill I thought was really instrumental in the recovery.
Jackson Wetherill.
Well, I go for Zach Silkirkin because I gave him 2 votes.
I was going to go with Corey Preston. I thought he had some influential moments in midfield.
That burst out of the centre in the last quarter, Josh, was really important, wasn't it?
I would have said Wetherill. I'll back Spider in for that one.
Yeah.
I'm backing Ray.
I'll go.
Oh, great. It's about 2-2-2-2.
First time.
First time ever. Blake and Paul.
Wetherill for me.
Okay, Wetherill is the MEGT Rookie of the Day. Is he one of your mates, Stu? You've got a few down here at East Ringwood.
Well, I used to work with him down the Eastern Rangers.
About 50 years ago.
What?
Wherever there's a rort, there's a tenant involved.
Will he enjoy a Bunnings voucher? Bit of a tradie?
I reckon he would. I think he is actually a tradie himself too. So
plenty you can get at Bunnings anyway.
I know, there's a lot of things.
Thanks to MEGT Australia for their support of the competition. We're going to go to some scores around the grounds. I believe Josh is going to get those up on his phone. Sorry, I threw you under the bus. I thought I'd spoken to you before. Some Premier Division scores, Josh. The other big game was 5v6 in Blackburn versus South Croydon. Have we got a final score there?
Just chasing that up, we do. Blackburn winners 13-11-89 to South Croydon 5-10-40. The other Premier Division games, Doncaster East 18-12, 120, defeating Norwood 10-5, 65. I'm sure you're all happy, Ben Warren Smith.
Hallelujah.
Noble Park back on the winners list. Now, I believe, Ray, you tipped Berwick yesterday.
I did. They look good going into that game.
Well, that was put to shame because Noble Park won by 61 points, 13-14-92 to Berwick 4-7-31. On to Division 1, just getting that up. Mitcham 13-7-85, defeating Bayswater 5-7-37. I don't think it's a final score out at Shram's Reserve, but Doncaster looks like they're back on the winners list. 12-8-80, leading Wantirna South 9-5-59. Montrose and Park Orchards now was close, but some poor kicking from Montrose let them down. It didn't hit for East Ringwood, it did for the D's. 10-22-82 Montrose, Park Orchards 13-12-90. And Moorbark 12-79 to North Ringwood 9-6-60. So some results going as planned, but in Division 1, haven't got a final score from Beaconsfield and South Belgrave as of yet. Touching on Division 2, Boronia 23-16, 154, defeating Eastbill at 3-8-26. Lilydale have held on against Heathmont 10-62. to Heathmont 6-19-55. And Ringwood, that score from before was the final one. Ringwood 7-13-55, defeating Waverley Blues 2-7-19.
Can't believe I've been hyping Heathmont up all week.
Yeah,
I know.
I think we all did.
Yeah.
On to Division 3. Donvale ran over the top of Coldstream in the end, 16-11-107 to Coldstream 9-6-60. Surrey Park back on the winners list, 13-7-85 to Ferntree Gully 39-27. Knox big winners against Upper Ferntree Gully, 19-12-126 to the Upper Gully 2-2-14. And I believe Mitch Greaves kicked 6 goals in his 200th game, so a good effort from him. Oakley District look like they're back on the winners list, 18-12-120 leading Sylvan 8-5-53. Fair Park 15-9-99 leading Warrandyte 7-7-49. And into Division 4, no score from Churnside Park. Kilsyth 19-29-143 to Forest Hill, just the 4 behinds. And Justin Van Oonen still on 998 goals.
Did he play today?
I think so.
He definitely did. He had a couple of missed opportunities.
Did he have 4 or 5 guys on the
I think so.
I think that's what we heard.
I think they sacrificed the game.
They must have had everyone from Forest Hill Chase Shopping Centre standing next to
them. And Whitehorse inaccurate kicking against Nunawading, 12-25-97 to 8-4-52. So I think the recurring theme from all games today, just a bit of inaccurate kicking from all sides.
Just out of all those results, though, guys, I think the margin has got me. Knox's margin over Upper Gully.
Yeah, that's a concern.
I tell you now, Knox will get to the finals now, and they will be a danger.
They're locked in.
Yep.
I think they're locked in in the top 4.
They had some good performances.
For Upper Gully, it's 1 week. There's some really positives to talk about it, and then the next week it's results like that just make you wonder where they actually sit. But
final score, sorry to cut you off, Ryan, from Home Park. Beaconsfield 33 went down to South Belgrave 65 in the end.
So that puts Mooroolbark 2 games behind Beaky.
I think possibly one.
One game with percentage.
With percentage, so essentially 2 games.
Yeah, they're certainly still in the mix.
But what have they got? They've got 5 games to go in that division.
5 games.
They've got the split round next week. So, I think you would be right. I think it would be about 5 games, right?
So they've got to basically catch up 3 games out of 5 to get in.
Yeah, well, I don't think they're going to be able to do it, and they've got to play some tough sides in the last month of football, including a Montrose side that they actually beat early in the year. So I don't think Beaky are going to fall out. I don't think Mooroolbark are going to make it, but let's just give them some hope and keep it interesting because otherwise the top 5 has been pretty settled across the season. So you never know. They keep their chances alive.
Yeah, they certainly do. And a final score from Princess Isle Reserve, Oakley District, 18-12-120, defeating Sylvan 12-12-84. So back-to-back wins now for the Oaks, and I think that puts them into 5th spot.
It might, I think you're right.
Probably a fair bit of percentage ahead of Upper Ferntree Gully now, or percentage ahead of them just given that loss. So.
Absolutely. Excellent work, young man. Fantastic job from you on the boundary today, and big day tomorrow, calling the action out at Seabeck Oval.
Looking forward to that. I know Ray Baird is looking forward to it, being back out at Seabeck Oval. The first time, I think there was a women's game there a couple of years ago that we did, but we haven't done
Bresh and I go back further than that, when there was a Oval Vermont game. But my big worry about that game tomorrow is Lee put the caravan down there last night. That's 2 nights in a row. I'll guarantee
the wheels not there now.
The wheels went off at the first night, and the rest got stripped out.
It should be nice and steady then. It rocks a bit with the wheels, so they've done us a favour. It's all good. I tell you what, I'm definitely putting an extra 2 layers on tomorrow. I am frozen.
Okay.
Well, thank heavens we're in the van.
Sun's out tomorrow, I believe.
Oh, won't matter.
Okay. Thank heavens we are in the van tomorrow.
Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, that'll warm us up. Group warmth, that'll be good.
But I feel sorry for Blake Tennant and Chris Curtis, who I believe will be on the boundary tomorrow, having to cope with the cold temperatures.
Well, we've got a late inclusion, Ben Warren Smith, making his way. Is he changing his mind now? Also, best wishes to a couple of our team members, Brett Beston and Wayne Brasher, both unwell and were late outs this weekend. I'm
They
sure
didn't
they would
go
have
to
been
hospital,
watching.
though.
Well, I think Brett actually may have been. So I know
Get well soon.
Yeah, we should hopefully get them back in the next couple of weeks, but keep resting up at home. I'm sure they're enjoying the broadcast. Blake Tennant, who hasn't got his mic on at the moment, but a great job from you as well on the boundary. I know he's looking forward to... Oh, there you go. Give him the mic. I'm sure he's looking forward to getting down stairs to see the East Ringwood folk.
He's not going down to Montrose tonight.
Nah, not going down there tonight.
They didn't do well enough for him. They must have lost, yeah.
They didn't do well enough for him.
Off to Richmond and watch the Tigers tonight in Richmond.
We're in Perth, mate.
I know, but I'm watching it in Richmond tonight.
Okay. Oh, whereabouts? The Dirty Swan?
Nah, the club hotel, mate. On the rooftop.
I'll tell you, Blake, I'll tell you one thing. Your footy club, Richmond, they're doing a great job holding all the other teams up on that ladder.
We might not do the game at Seabeck.
You know what amazing?
You're allowed to clobber him on the head with the microphone, Blake.
What amazes
I
me
actually
is
feel all right coming down to Seabeck. It's the first time I reckon I've been there in about 3-4 years. So there you go, Ray. I'm excited. I hope it lives up. I'm looking forward to the Coal Cave Burger tomorrow, and that should be exciting.
Well, Blake, before you finish, I've just read all the paperwork, and the reason you haven't been down there is because you've been banned up until 12 o'clock tonight.
I thought you were going to say his passport. His immigration
I'm looking
papers
forward. All I'm just looking forward to is the game of footy, of course, and the Coal Rave Burger. I believe that's what it's called.
The Hill Burger. That's the Hill Burger.
That's what it's called. The Coal's Rave Cave Burger.
Yeah, down on the hill.
All right.
You've lost control, right?
You can find out more about that at 1 p.m. tomorrow about whatever burger Blake's eating. Matt Spider-Lee, it was great to have you on board for the full afternoon and a fantastic game to be able to cover.
Yeah, really enjoyed it, and a great win for East Ringwood. They really worked hard and deserved their win in the second half. And Balwyn, 2 games in a row which they've dropped, so they'll need to go back and do a little bit of rethinking. But some really hard things need to happen with Brenton Sanderson. We'll go back and review that game really strongly, I think, and we'll talk about it tomorrow in more thorough detail. But it looks like we've got an exciting finish to the back end of the year. Now that Blackburn's also back in the 5, and South Croydon a little bit of work to do as well.
Yeah, they've got a bit of work to do, as you said, and we'll talk about that tomorrow at the pre-game from 1 p.m. out at Seabeck, and Ray Baird, who will also be there for that pre-game and the big game, and I'm sure you're looking forward to it.
I will, and congratulations to Blackburn and East Ringwood. Look, they took the first step today, but the next 2 weeks or 3
really
weeks
important.
in Premier, there is going to be some results that are going to be turned upside down.
Yeah, that's right. I'm really looking forward to this final series. There's no one front runner. I think there's 3 or 4 sides that can win it. Ben Warren Smith crawled out of the hospital bed to get out here to East Ringwood Reserve. Was it worth it?
It certainly was. I'm absolutely stuffed now, but it was great. This is one of the best places to call football from, without a doubt, and they're always very welcoming to us down here. And at the end of the day, a great game of football and 2 sides you want to see because you know they're going to be there at the end of the year.
That's right. Potential grand final preview. Could be a finals preview. I'm sure they're going to meet at some stage in the Premier Division final series. Megan Greenson's done a fantastic job again this week doing the women's game out at Warrandyte. Rushed out here to East Ringwood, and always the best. Lee Green as well.
She's rubbed up like an Eskimo again.
Yes, well deserved. And Lee Green has always done a fantastic job today. How'd you go?
Oh, yeah.
It's good having you on the mic now that we can throw to you. And
it's the best.
Oh, look, it's handy every so often to get my thoughts across. I think it's, you just speak these things out, talk these things out.
Very much so. And Kate Green at home, who did a fantastic job with the women's as well as Ray Baird. Well, that's it for us here at East Ringwood Reserve, and between 1v2, top of the table Premier Division clash. Paul Uconi, Stats Centre. Paul, thanks for joining us.
He's the quiet man of the team, quiet achiever.
Paul, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Sorry, I skipped you with Spider before.
Great
That's
job,
it for
mate.
us here. He's done a fantastic job, Paul, on the stats
Quiet
and doing
achiever.
some special comments.
Hold on.
East Ringwood 720-62 defeated Balwyn 7-3-45.